again and again to seek fulfillment, identity, fresh with your heavenly grace, people of this learn to serve one another, love our neighbors, people of peace and positive restoration. Once again, how good all together. Prayer. Father, art in heaven, be thy kingdom come. Will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
This House is in session. Minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, 23rd of May, 2023 to be deferred. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be deferred.
The question is that the aforementioned minutes be deferred. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby deferred.
Announcements by Your Honor. Messages from Her Excellency the President. Petitions. Papers. You have to revert. Government notices. Private members' notices. Notices of questions. Reports from select committees. First reading of bills. Statements by ministers. Congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, or replies to questions, notes of motions for adjournment at House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42 subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The question is that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting.
Is that it? Order number 5, sir. Government business.
Government business is the order of the day.
Order number 5. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, to move the passing of a resolution that the Parliament of Barbados take note of the Green Paper on the national sports policy.
On.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the passing of a resolution that the Parliament of Barbados take note of the Green Paper on the national sports policy. Mr. Speaker, before I get to the national sports policy, the Green Paper, as usual, I want to say thank you to those persons in the constituency of St. John that provided an opportunity for me to serve. Over the last couple of years, Mr. Speaker, there's been this notion that not a lot has been happening in sports. And before I get to the Green Paper, I just want to share from my notes a few items that are happening on the landscape in this country as it relates to sports. Mr. Speaker, you, just like I, have persons in our constituency with skills in athletics, basketball. I know you have a strong basketball program in your constituency. For years, I have been battling the Marshall at that level. And one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that presented itself on taking up my post at the ministry is the fact that, and I've mentioned this before, the SATs in the States are something that all of our athletes who are trying to gain a scholarship must prepare for in order to get into those colleges in the States. And we had a situation where it became almost impossible for persons, some single mothers, for their children to pay $400 and $600 to source that particular tutoring so that they can pass the SATs. And the ministry took it upon itself, through the team at the ministry, to ensure that we now own the SAT program for those persons who cannot afford. And we would have started in January with a cohort of, I believe, 20 or 22 persons who would have now completed that first one, and we're looking to go again. Mr. Speaker, the reality is, and I was in the ministry for 10 years, and the development of sports in this country revolve around two things on this island. One, I think it was the under 17 or the under 19 football competition at constituency level. And the second thing, Mr. Speaker, was the Silver Hill Road Tennis Tournament. But I go on in relation to those things that are happening in sports. We have started the process of rolling out community gyms, Mr. Speaker. And we have now completed the work at 4 locations. And this is an opportunity to get communities active, to ensure that we can contribute to the process of reducing the NCDs that are impacting us. And as we go on, it is expected, Mr. Speaker, that every single constituency will have one of these community gyms. The elderly swim program, I know that this year is the year of the youth, but we have had in excess of 600 persons participating in that swim program at the beach at Brown Beach, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that is embedded in the policy, and one of the things that I would want to mention here again that is happening even before the policy, we have started the process of engaging and training up community coaches to go to the communities all across this country to ensure that we have activities at those playing fields, Mr. Speaker, that we are responsible for. And we have started the process with having 20 football coaches trained, and these are coaches that are being asked to ply their trade outside of what is happening at the National Sports Council. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in this country, a government would have made $3 million available to sports. For the first time in this country, every single national federation will benefit from $20,000 for developmental purposes in their particular organization. Mr. Speaker, I move on. We have just provided land at the gymnasium complex for archery to ensure that they have a safe location to engage in that particular sport. So we have provided the location, and I believe they have started the process of using that location at the complex. The refurbishment of the gym at the Garfield Sobers complex. And this gym is in place for those same federations and those persons who are interested in training and getting involved in strength and conditioning. We have made it possible for all of the persons who come under the national federations to go to the location. Mr. Speaker, we have painted more than 200 road tennis courts across the island on request or by believing that we can have those courts at locations. We have trained, in addition to 20 groundsmen, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that those same playing fields that are managed by the Sports Council are well served by those groundsmen. Not only are we asking them to contribute as far as that is concerned, but we have provided a vocational skill that these guys can go to any entity on this island to take care of the lawns and the grounds at businesses and private homes. It was started, it stopped, but we're pleased today, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that the Glebe Pavilion is now completed along with a hard court at that location. And every morning and evening I pass, the facility is being used by youngsters from within the constituency of St. George North. For the first time again, Mr. Speaker, on this island, we have used line technology when we last staged the Barbados Road Tennis Invitational at the gym complex. Never before have we used line technology in any of the sports. Mr. Speaker, the Sports Council is now in possession of 6 cameras. 6 cameras that our sports, because if it is our quest to ensure that we reach the international level, things like being able to videotape practice sessions, practice games, to do video analysis for those coaches who are involved in the process, we have now gone a step further by making those 6 cameras available to all the national federations who would want to do so. And this is something, Mr. Speaker, that is necessary, because if we're going to remain on the cutting edge, then we must catch up with what is happening in the international sphere in terms of how we treat to that. There's a portal, Mr. Speaker, at the National Sports Council. And what do I mean? If you have a player, Mr. Speaker, in Station Hill, who is at the level that he can gain a scholarship, and it is impossible for him to travel, for the coaches to see him perform, or it is impossible for the coach to come here, we now have the facility that we can use one of those same cameras to do some video recording and place it on the portal so that the coaches of Island can see what is going on. Mr. Speaker, I am tempted, really tempted to agree now more so than ever with the former member for St. Lucie that 5 is way more than 10 in relation to the development of sports in this country. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we have been hearing constantly, and it is embedded within the sports policy, that our indigenous sports, road tennis, should have a level of prominence on the island, and that we should try as much as possible to see how far we can push road tennis. And we've heard constantly that it is going absolutely nowhere. Mr. Speaker, today I want to say to you that in less than a month, we will be launching the International Road Tennis Federation here in Barbados. We have identified the directors. We have the constitution in place. It is just, like I said, a matter of snagging, so to speak, and we will be able to launch the International Road Tennis Federation. And we have gone far and wide. We are exploring all of the options in relation to getting this not only in the Caribbean, but in North America. We're trying to get this as well as far as Africa. We have restarted, or it will be restarted this year, the Cigar Field Sobers Tournament. And this was dormant, Mr. Speaker, for a while. And we believe that it was necessary to re-engage. We had a meeting with our national hero, and he readily agreed that we should proceed in relation to this. One of the things, Mr. Speaker, that is the elephant in the room, and you constantly hear about it, is the National Stadium, the redevelopment of the National Stadium. And every time that our athletes travel and there's success, then you hear persons indicating we need a national stadium. Mr. Speaker, I want a national stadium too. I was at my PA's son's christening, and I could swear, Mr. Speaker, that when I had him in my arms, he said, "Minister, we need a national stadium." Everybody wants a national stadium. But the truth is that a national stadium will not happen next week. There's a process, Mr. Speaker, and we are engaging on a weekly basis with the People's Republic of China We are engaging with their team to ensure that we can have our national stadium with some speed. The process is continuing. We're doing what is necessary. Mr. Speaker, in an effort to ensure that our playing fields are active, to ensure that we have persons on the playing fields across this island, we have embarked on an extensive lighting program that will see every single playing field in this island flooded with lights to ensure that we have that. Yes, we had a shortage. I'm told by my team at the ministry that the lights are actually in the port. So in quick time, we will have a situation where those lights are affixed to our locations. In recent times, Mr. Speaker, it was mentioned that we will be embarking on developing 11 mini stadia, one in every constituency, every parish, sorry, and plans are in train. We have started the process of measuring locations. We have had discussions with the National Conservation Commission in relation to plants that would be required in order, Mr. Speaker, to treat to that particular initiative. So, Mr. Speaker, when I just went through 18 things that would have happened in the last 5 years, in the latter part of the last year and a half, at the Ministry of Sports, to ensure that what we are doing in sports is not a case where, as mentioned oftentimes, that government is making sport at sports. We have moved past that, and clearly, from what I have identified, it is now something that should not be said. The Green Paper, Mr. Speaker. Now, this Green Paper is, in essence, our roadmap in terms of how we treat to sports going forward in this country. And the vision to elevate sports as a central pillar of Barbadian national identity, social development, and economic prosperity by 2030. Mr. Speaker, for so many years, like I said, I sat in the ministry and watched as practically nothing was done for sports, even less for our athletes and teams. But now we have the national sports policy that it is expected, like I said, to ensure that a whole range of things as it relates to sports unfold in this country. And I'm sure that the good people in the constituency of St. John will be pleased because they too will benefit from all that is happening through this particular initiative. Building a more active community. And I've mentioned before that we have started the process of the community coaches, and this is one of the key concepts inside of the document. And one of the things that we're looking to do is to build sports at a grassroots level, because if we can have sports being played in every single corner in this island, then we have a much larger population to draw from in relation to how persons treat to sport. Sports for community development. And I mentioned your area, Mr. Speaker, and I can think of several others, including mine at one point in time when I was involved in the process, where sports is able to move and to lift communities to a level of pride where they support homegrown teams. And Station Hill Cavaliers has been a staple in basketball for many, many years. I believe your coach, who happened to be a marshal, is probably one of the most winningest coaches inside of that particular competition. Yes, we had our battles, but Station Hill Cavaliers is known for that. And we can go around the country, Mr. Speaker, and mention names of teams that represented community that had strong following as a result of their success. One can, in football, one would mention Nascimento from St. Andrew, and when they were playing, you know that a whole truck load and buses were coming to support that particular team. And all around this country, teams that are dotted in different communities will have that type of support. So sports for community development is one of the areas, Mr. Speaker, that we're pushing, and we're pushing that in a heavy, heavy way. Physical education, sports and the educational system. Mr. Speaker, we have been struggling at the National Sports Council year after year to try to get teachers and head teachers involved in the process of embracing sports within the school system. Too often, our coaches return indicating that they were not able to complete tasks because teachers were not interested in having their children come out to participate in sports. And we believe that to have our youngsters involved in the process is beneficial at several levels. One, the fact that they're active. Two, they're able to function as a team. And three, we're looking, Mr. Speaker, from the health perspective where we have so many of our youngsters who are obese. This is an opportunity to change that. So we are pushing this, and you will hear that we're looking to make it almost mandatory through legislation where all the schools from nursery to secondary participate in sporting activities. One of the things in this particular policy that is dear to all of us is the fact that sports, we will now embrace persons with disabilities. And it is expected, Mr. Speaker, that this would not be a token situation, but this would be a case where all of those persons who are involved in sports, as far as the disability community is concerned, that plans will be in train to make sure that one, we have coaches, and two, access to the necessary sports that they're interested in is something that will become a norm, because we believe in being inclusive, and hence those persons with disabilities should not be marginalized as a result of not being able to afford an opportunity to participate. Sports, Mr. Speaker, to benefit those who are the juvenile detainees. And why? We are not absolutely sure that there's a structured program for those persons who are involved in the penal situation. Of course, we're talking, like I said, about the juveniles, those who are within our target age. And we believe that it is necessary now to set plans in place that when those persons exit the system, or even as they're within the system, that we can provide an opportunity for them to participate in some type of sporting activity, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is beneficial because it allows them to have that release, so to speak, by being engaged in a particular discipline. And we will be doing what is necessary to ensure that we can either have coaches go in, or we can have mentors go in, and as soon as persons are exiting the system, then we can get them involved in some type of sporting activity. And I'm thinking that we will probably start the process by having someone go in so that it is meaningful to them. Intellectual property and sports. And Mr. Speaker, I mentioned earlier what we're doing in relation to our own road tennis. We have identified the logos that we are going to have registered. I believe there are 4 logos that we have identified, 4 logos that we have identified for this particular discipline. Development of a high-performance system. And we intend to work in concert with the University of the West Indies. We intend to ensure that we can have our own equipment made available. I know right now we're exploring the possibility of purchasing one set of equipment to ensure that we have best practices. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that year after year our athletes are competing, and dare I say they're competing in a situation where maybe I can say the playing field is not level. And why do I say that? Because I don't think on island that they're benefiting enough from the latest in technology as it relates to sports. And if we are to ensure that we have best results, then, Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely necessary for us to ensure that we remain on the cutting edge, that we train up our coaches to a level that they're world class, because it is impossible to have a world class athlete without a world class coach. And we're moving to ensure that that is something that is happening. Mr. Speaker, the policy speaks to us monetizing cricket, because cricket is almost second nature in this country. We, more than any other country, would have had success at the regional and international level in relation to those persons who ply their trade in cricket. And one of the things that the policy is identifying is the fact that cricket will have a prominent place in terms of how we treat the cricket, how we can use the names of some of our former players to ensure that we can make money from the process all around. And it is evident that the Cigar Field tournament is one such initiative, because we are engaging in sports tourism when we involve teams that are coming to Barbados. I believe it is now about 8 registered teams that are involved in the process coming here this year to participate in the restart of that particular sport. 16 disciplines, Mr. Speaker, were identified for primary focus. And it is not to say that the other disciplines that are involved on the island are being jettisoned. It is just that these are the ones, Mr. Speaker, that have a kind of mass following in relation to the particular discipline. And I will go through them one by one, Mr. Speaker. Basketball is a mass sport. Only this morning on the news, I heard that the National Sports Council games, the under 16, I believe, will be played this evening at a couple of locations. And on that point, Mr. Speaker, we keep hearing again these, if I can use the word, foolish comments about what not the Sports Council is doing. And I beg, not only because I'm the minister, but we have a core of persons at the National Sports Council that are doing every single thing to move sports forward. And we're trying our best to absolutely do what is necessary to engage our youngsters and move them to the next level. Let me give you an example of when I mentioned the foolishness, Mr. Speaker. We brought back the Herman Griffith tournament, I believe it was last year, and there was a decision taken by the coaches and management of the National Sports Council to use a softball. And there was a range of criticism with doing things backward. It is a backward step to introduce softball after so many years of playing hardball cricket. The reality is that when our coaches went to the schools, they identified that these youngsters, after a 2.5-year or so break from the sport, the hand-eye coordination was not the best. And it could be problematic for those guys who are catching balls coming out of the air. So hence, the decision was taken to ease back into this competition by using softball. But we had a whole range of criticisms about using the softball being a backward step. I want, Mr. Speaker, to salute the coaches and the team at the National Sports Council for what they continue to do year after year to push sports, Mr. Speaker. And if you listen to the news, you will hear periodically that this under 19, this under 16 competition in hockey, in basketball, a whole range of disciplines are being run by the National Sports Council. Can we do better? Yes, we can. Will we do better? Of course we can. And we shall. Boxing, Mr. Speaker, I believe there's a need for us to uncover a couple Tysons in this country. And hence, we are looking to embark on a program that will see us focus on boxing to try to attract some of those youngsters who have energy to spend, and we are hoping that we can move them into boxing. Chess is another area that we're trying to grow, Mr. Speaker, and this is one of the primary focus in the document. Cricket is a natural thing, draft, football, netball, of course, road tennis, swimming, track and field, volleyball, tennis, the lawn tennis, surfing, motorsports, weightlifting, and hockey. 16 areas, Mr. Speaker. 16 disciplines were earmarked for special focus, and we will be doing what is necessary to ensure that we can build out these particular disciplines during the passage of time. We're an island, Mr. Speaker. We are an island. And beach culture and sports is one of the areas that we're now looking to see how best that we can, again, expand what is happening in relation to beach sports. We're looking at locations to house at least 2 beach volleyball courts to ensure that not only is it a situation where we will be hoping to hype those particular sports, but we are expecting, Mr. Speaker, that with the passage of time, that we should be able to host a number of tournaments at locations where we have these facilities set up. And we're looking at adjacent to Griner Highway, we're also looking at a spot up Wildy to build out the beach culture as it relates to those particular disciplines. Mr. Speaker, incentives and concessions. And all of us in this room are aware that some years ago, the Democratic Labour Party decided that it was not their business to grant concessions to persons who are involved in sports. And when I say to you, Mr. Speaker, that the vision in relation to developing sports on this island and the vision in relation to our young people was totally missing for 10 years prior to 2018. Mr. Speaker, duty-free concessions on imports for national sports organization and approved sports persons. Now, we have a situation where there's some individuals who are involved in disciplines that are not team sports, and we all know that sporting equipment is very, very expensive. And if government is to do anything to help the progress, then this is one of the things that we're looking to do to provide the duty-free concessions to all of those imports from national sports organization. Right now, Mr. Speaker, it is done in a kind of ad hoc way, where persons who are bringing in equipment will, I believe, send a letter to the National Sports Council, and then the Sports Council will act on their behalf. But we're trying to cut all of that, Mr. Speaker, by ensuring that persons who are involved in the national federations are able to do that. Mr. Speaker, the Sports Development Act, which we're expected to come after this, that will add some teeth not only to the situation of having sports in schools, but we have this really, really nefarious thing happening on island where our sports persons are going off island to represent country only to come back to this country and in some cases be fired. Mr. Speaker, it is wrong, because if we have persons who are going overseas to represent this country, I think the basic decency should be one of the pride of having an athlete working in your organization at national level instead of making life absolutely miserable for those persons. We have a young lady, Mr. Speaker, who I am told at the next World Championship after 3 games will be representing this country for 175 times. 175 caps. And I have not asked, but this is Latonia Blackman, Mr. Speaker. And you know, when we have persons that are functioning at that level on island, then courtesy and respect should be automatic coming from employers. How can we expect our athletes, whether they're doing track, whether they're doing team sports, to function when you're on the field and you're not sure when you reach back to Barbados you will have a job, or that you're threatened if you go on a next tour as a national athlete? It is expected, Mr. Speaker, that the Sports Development Act will deal with this. Mr. Speaker, the removal of gender inequalities related to granting of concessions to athletes. And we would have heard our Prime Minister a little while ago granting permission for our female cricketers who represent the West Indies to be granted the same privilege as those male cricketers who are able to come back and buy duty-free cars. Mr. Speaker, it is right. It is absolutely right for us to engage at this level. Mr. Speaker, there's several other areas in this document that I would want to touch on because, like I said, it is important for the public to get a hold of this document. We expect the type of feedback that is coming. I know there are a lot of persons who, from the time I reached the ministry, they were asking for a sports policy. My first meeting with the NFs, a gentleman indicated that he was there to hear about the national sports policy. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned before what we're doing in relation to those persons with disability. And I look a little bit at some of the objectives of this national sports policy. And there are 14 in all, but I would not want to go through all of them. I'm just pulling some, Mr. Speaker, that I think are relevant at this time. To create an environment in which sports is accessible to all and which embraces the principle of inclusion as it relates to persons with disability. To promote gender equality in all aspects of sports participation and administration. To intensify the promotion of road tennis as the indigenous national sports of Barbados. And I've mentioned before, Mr. Speaker, how we're doing that. Mr. Speaker, this sports policy took a while in coming, but it is here. And I believe that those persons who are interested in sports, those persons who believe that it is necessary for us to move forward and be one of the real shakers in the world of sports. Mr. Speaker, this is a business that is worth, I believe, the last count was about $468 billion. And why should we not be involved in the process? We have had discussions with the SJPI to see if we can use their printer to manufacture balls. There's a need for equipment in other jurisdictions. Last month, Mr. Speaker, I was engaged or involved in a process where a county in Canada, York, with 200 schools, launched road tennis. And I believe that this is something that will grow. There's another country that is also expected to launch road tennis in that particular area. The social impact of sports, Mr. Speaker. We are aware, and the honourable member for the city would be aware, that sports is one of those avenues that we can change persons who are maybe leaning in a direction of deviance. And one of the things that we're expected to do, one of the things that we're expecting the sports policy to do is to trigger sports at that level where the social impact is felt in households as it relates to persons being engaged and persons being able to participate. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about the pyramid of the policy values: inclusiveness and accessibility, fair play, respect, discipline and dedication, empowerment, and at the top of the pyramid, Mr. Speaker, as far as the values are concerned, excellence. Mr. Speaker, this is a pyramid that we fully embrace at the ministry, my team and I. This is something that we believe is within reach. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that if we are dedicated to the task, then for sure all the benefits that can be derived from sports will be felt across this country. What are some of the outcomes? What are some of the policy outcomes that we're expected as it relates to this particular sports policy? And I've mentioned before some of the outcomes: full access for persons with disability, an increase in the number of persons with disability participating in competitive and recreational sports, an increase in the number of appropriate domestic competitive structures and opportunities for athletes with disabilities, enhanced physical and mental well-being of all Barbadians, a greater level of gender equality in all levels of sports participation and administration, enhanced level of cohesion and development across communities. Mr. Speaker, this is our roadmap to moving sports to the international level. This is our roadmap to ensure that we can achieve what is set out in the document: building a more active Barbados. Mr. Speaker, this document is long in coming. I believe that going forward, it is not written in stone, Mr. Speaker, it is fluid, and we fully expect that from time to time we would come back to the document and make the necessary adjustment that is necessary. Professional sports, Mr. Speaker. I received a document from the Sports Development Unit in relation to how we should treat to moving first to semi-professional sports and hence then to move to professional sports on island. It will take some time. The truth is that it will require resources, financial resources, to trigger the semi-professional league here on island, but it is something that we believe that corporate Barbados must now come to the fore in relation to developing our young people and developing sports on island. So, Mr. Speaker, we have looked at the sports that we think may be ready for that, and we have identified a couple of them that we are having exploratory discussions to ensure that in the shortest possible time we can have some type of semi-professional sports going in Barbados. I spoke to the organizer a couple months ago in Jamaica, where there's a semi-professional basketball league. I believe 2 of our players went down. The plans are already there because the name of the tournament is already in place. It's just a matter now for us to work out the finer details in relation to that. Sports tourism, Mr. Speaker, is one of those things that is big on our agenda in the ministry, because we believe that if we build out, for example, the Wilde Gymnasium, that we, not the Wilde Gymnasium, sorry, the area of the Wilde, and the Wilde complex, that we can start, if we have the necessary facilities, to ensure that sports tourism is par for the course as it relates to having teams come from overseas and practice or to play at this location. I know that the National Sports Council are now putting 6 practice pitches at Bleming. We have had exploratory talks as well with private sector to build out the location at the Wilde area to have indoor courts that will attract teams from North America, teams from Europe to come to Barbados to engage in training during that particular time when they have their off season. So sports tourism is one of the key areas that we're looking at. We believe that, again, like I said, with all of the money that is swirling in sports, that we should be able to benefit from that avenue as far as the sports is concerned. Hosting of regional and international events, sports tourism. But we need to build out facilities. We need to have private sector come on board and share the cost, because all of us on island would benefit from that, Mr. Speaker. All of us will benefit. I've mentioned the beach culture before. The Specialist Sports Center. I was asking, Mr. Speaker, for that facility at Calamar Rock that is now closed, to see how best that we can build out our sports center there. I'm told that it is not available, so we now have to rethink how this is happening. I expect fully that there will be a school of sports, and we stand ready, Mr. Speaker, to engage in the process as it relates to having a specialized center, because we believe if we are to move forward, then these things as it relates to having specialists on board is important. And hence I have asked that we either have on board a sports psychologist, or we retain one for when our national teams are traveling, because it is one of those critical areas in sports that we constantly overlook. We need to have a sports psychologist on board with our teams and our athletes to ensure that we not only have best practices, that we not only have a personal best, but that we make podium almost every single time that we compete, Mr. Speaker. Anti-doping. Mr. Speaker, it is par for the course now in sports that we must ensure that our athletes are clean, because testing is something that is done even outside of meets. So it is critical, absolutely critical that that is embedded in relation to how we treat to our athletes. Mr. Speaker, corruption in sports is also in this document. I don't think that we have to worry too much in Barbados. I may be speaking out of term, but I don't think that we have to worry too much in Barbados about corruption in sports. We have not yet moved to the semi-professional or professional stage. So in terms of all that is happening in match fixing and those type of things, I don't think that we have to be concerned about that for the time being. Institutional strengthening and governance, Mr. Speaker. Now, one of the areas that I am probably most concerned about is the fact that our NFs, our national federations, sometimes are not functioning at their optimum, and that is impacting, Mr. Speaker, how we move forward. Only yesterday I was home and I had a WhatsApp message from the Minister of Sports in Grenada indicating that a couple of our athletes who were traveling to that country to participate in a competition were stranded, and a couple of the athletes were supposed to be back here today to do CAPE exams. The matter was rectified. The athletes were able to get on a plane to come back yesterday. But I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that too often our national federations are doing things in an ad hoc way, and it is impacting on what is happening on the field of play in relation to our athletes. And I'm calling here today, Mr. Speaker, for all of the national federations to rethink how they're functioning on this island, because if we're to go forward, then it means that the national federations must work hand in hand with the National Sports Council to ensure that best practices ensue, to ensure that our athletes, Mr. Speaker, are the beneficiaries of a functioning national federation. I would dare to say, Mr. Speaker, and I'm speaking subject to correction, but I think I'm 95% correct, that a month ago I made it known to the national federations that $20,000 was available to all of them who can provide information to show that there's a developmental initiative coming from that federation. I don't think to date that a single federation would have made advances to the National Sports Council to source that money. And I'm saying that in 2023, if our national federations are proactive and if our national federations are functioning, then we should have had a run on the National Sports Council for that money totaling over $1 million. Every single national federation is entitled to $20,000 if they provide the necessary information to show that they're doing a developmental project in their federation. This speaks to strengthening the National Sports Council, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that, again, we continue to be proactive, that we continue to work on the behalf of all the athletes and all of the same national federations on island, because the National Sports Council is developmental in nature, and we will continue to be developmental in nature. I know that the team there are proactive in terms of how we treat to what is coming down the tube. We're constantly looking for ways and means to enhance the product that we are delivering on island, and we can only do that if it is a case where we continue to keep evolving and to ensure that we can strengthen the product that we are offering to our athletes and the national federations. So the institutional strengthening and governance is something that is taking pride in place, Mr. Speaker, within the National Federation. Infrastructural development, and I've mentioned before what we're doing with the mini-stadia, what we're doing with the lighting. We're now in the process of ensuring that all of our pavilions across the island are fit for purpose. We're putting in place a maintenance plan to ensure that what government is accused of allowing buildings to run down and then fix them is not the case at the National Sports Council. So we're trying our best to ensure that we have a policy in place where we have scheduled maintenance at all of our institutions. In terms of the infrastructural development, there's a need for us to ensure that all of our playing fields, I know recently because of the drought situation, and it is amazing, Mr. Speaker, that how persons on this island, some persons, I should say, would want every single time to blame every single thing on government. I was standing up and the guy was like, you know, y'all are doing a horrible job. These playing fields have cracks as big as whatever. And I asked him, are you aware that we're in a drought? And it didn't dawn on him, Mr. Speaker, that we were in a drought. So therefore, the playing fields will crack. But that is a different story, Mr. Speaker, for another time. It is almost impossible, Mr. Speaker, to satisfy all of the people. Financing and incentives, Mr. Speaker. It is a known thing that government cannot do this by itself. And from day one, when I took up my position at the ministry, I have been asking corporate Barbados to engage with us, to partner with us to ensure that our young people have a fighting chance particularly in sports. And I find it really, really difficult, Mr. Speaker, to imagine that you have well-paid marketing professionals in these organizations and they find it ever so difficult to put aside X amount of money on a yearly basis in their budget to sponsor a community-based team, to sponsor a national competition, to sponsor a particular athlete in a discipline. Mr. Speaker, it is really, really difficult that the same people who are keeping you in business, you're not finding it possible to give back and to give back in a significant way. And we had last year, Mr. Speaker, a junior road tennis competition. And a company that is now looking to grow roots in this country decided to put $40,000 behind the junior road tennis competition, $40,000. And I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, which company on island will match that particular initiative or half the initiative? Mr. Speaker, we have athletes who are struggling. If you go to any of our track meets, you will see some of the youngsters running without shoes. And it breaks my heart to believe that we're in a country, and in some cases they have companies that function within the locales of these schools that benefit from the parents who have children at these schools, and nothing is done to help those children who are involved in sports. Last year, I got a call from a friend of mine, and she said, look, I have, not she, but she have this youngster who is participating in BSAC, and he's going to make the finals, but there are no shoes. And I called my friend Marcus and I said, look, I need for you to find a pair of size 8 shoes and just get them and I will sort it out. And he called every single shop on island and there were no shoes to fit this youngster. Mr. Speaker, these are the type of things that I can't understand and I will never understand why it is, like I mentioned earlier, that companies would penalize our national athletes and these same companies cannot find it within themselves to say, well, this is $500 for a youngster at a school to buy shoes, this is $1,000 to buy uniforms to outfit a particular school in the area. It is something, Mr. Speaker, that I would want to believe is almost criminal, if I can say that in here. And I'm hoping that moral suasion will allow those persons who have businesses in this country to give back, and to give back at a level that we can see our youngsters and have some pride in terms of how they perform in their chosen area of sports. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we're on the right path at the Ministry of Sports. I have mentioned before some of the things that we're doing outside of this policy. I have mentioned that we continue at the ministry, my team and I, to be proactive in the approach as to how we treat to sports. And I believe that going forward, there's a lot more to come. The sports policy is that roadmap. It is a document that we will treat to. It is a document that we will try to hit every single target that is contained in here, because at the end of the day, we want a situation where all of us have the same kind of pride when Sadia Williams crossed the finish line. It is expected. I had a meeting in recent times with a particular sporting discipline, and there was an agent there who was talking about moving our athletes to the professional level, and I mentioned to him, that is what you want, but I want championship for our island. Because, Mr. Speaker, I believe that sports can put us on the map, and if it is the case that any of our disciplines are able to move to another level, then I believe it will redound to the benefit of all of us on island. I know there's a cabinet paper that is coming at some point in time that is seeking to have athletes who are not born here be able to participate in our sports, team sports, and otherwise. Because when you compete at the regional or the regional level, you have a situation where I was involved in basketball, and I remember when I managed the team in 2015, and we were in Tortola, they had teams that were made up of almost predominantly college players who were not resident at all in the country that they're playing for. And we need to regularize that. Right now is a situation where persons who are involved in sports that are on island and they want to represent country, Barbados, can only do so at Carifta level. But if it is a case that they're representing country outside of that, then they need a passport. And we are looking to regularize that as well to make sure that when we compete with persons who have skill sets that will bring the others along. Mr. Speaker, I hope that during my presentation, I was able to outline some of the key factors as it relates to this green paper. I hope that those persons who are listening in corporate Barbados would have heard the plea to be involved in the process of assisting government, assisting, more importantly, our young people who are involved in sports. I have seen from being involved in the process at an intimate level what sports can do in terms of building the self-esteem for persons who are involved in team sports and otherwise. I believe it is necessary to have community-based programs because I know the benefit again of having our youngsters involved in structured activity, i.e. sports, because then the discipline that you acquire from being involved in the process when you are aware that it is not only you, but another member of the team is going to benefit from your input. I had one of my daughters were involved, and I may have mentioned it before. One of my daughters was involved in athletics, and I told her, you know, you do a very, very good 100 and 200, but somehow when you're running the relays, you seem to be a totally different person. And she indicated to me, Dad, I have 3 other people who are dependent on me to get the baton around. Mr. Speaker, this sports policy, and I'm coming at the back end. I am taking the baton across the finish line. The Honourable Member for St. George South, I believe it would have started with him, and I am now taking it across the finish line. But this, Mr. Speaker, is one of those stages in our relay as it relates to sports. And if we can move this baton around the 400 track and we can get it to the finish line, I am sure that all of us in this August chamber at some point in time will be pleased at what is happening in terms of the development of sports. I now am only the vehicle to try to get it to that place, but it is going to take all of us hand in hand, working together to make sure that this sports policy, this green paper, will benefit country as it benefit the sports fraternity on this island. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable, you got to move that the resolution pass. Honourable for City.
One of the things that it cause gets me excited, makes me a little sad, the fact that as I move around community, block to block, I see too many young men, blaming, and have so much talent. Was one particular occasion, months ago, 7 days living on clock. 4 out of that 7 was national sports. Whether it be cricket, long jump, other pursuits. It was then that it gave me pause. Something that moved me, that we move people through primary, secondary, and national. That is why, sir, that I was excited to read this green paper and start to study our national sports policy. It is at this time, sir, I want to pause to salute the Honourable Member for St. John, the Honourable Minister of Sports, and his ministry and his team, because since taking on my latest responsibility in relation to crime prevention, I can say that the Honourable Minister has given me a type of collaborative spirit and working with that I can appreciate that redounds to the benefit of Barbados. And I want to not give him a political salute, but a genuine salute as I continue to work with the Honourable Member. The first thing that captured my eyes in this green paper, sir, is the fact that we are moving sports beyond the normal pursuit of sportswomen and sportsmen and their fans to something the policy calls sports for all. Sports for all. I love it, Mr. Speaker, sir. I love it because I believe that every Barbadian should find some way to connect with sports. And when I close this debate, sir, you will see the reason for that as I outline the benefits of sports, where everyone can be involved in some way or another. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move on to say within this policy, within this green paper, I want to add some words, an approach to how we see sports. I want us to see sports for empowerment. I want us to see sports for prevention of NCDs, crime prevention. I add in all of these things on the floor, sir. I want us to understand when we talk about sports for all, the Honourable Minister mentioned it, that the disabled are included in there not only as a policy, but as an operation. It is not just words. We will make sure that it is brought to reality. Sir, I want Barbadians listening to this debate to understand, finally we have an administration that is getting serious about sports. For years, the commentary was we making sports, as the minister said. We are serious. But finally, I want us to be marked by our actions and not our words. And the actions here within this policy is saying that we are going in the right direction. We are launching the Road Tennis Federation. We are doing a number of things that signal and confirm to the public of Barbados that we are serious about sports. Mr. Speaker, one of the programs we have within my ministry is looking at value coaching and working with the Ministry of Sports, the National Sports Council, the Barbados and the other federations, the Football Association and so on, because coaches in Barbados have to understand their role as mentors and role models for our young people. And I think that within our course for certification as a coach, these are things that must be put within that training, not just the technical aspects of sports, but these things that will take a sportsman beyond the field and take him to the global atmosphere. That is what I believe we are, the direction that we are going, and that is something that I can get behind and that I can support. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we've reached a time where, by passing the baton, as the minister said in his closing, we had it from the Honourable Member, Minister for the Environment, baton pass to the Honourable Member for St. George South, baton pass to the Honourable Member for St. John. Sports, oh yeah, sports, oh I see, right. But within the ministry and the direction, and Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member, I believe that I'm speaking about, he's in the Senate now, he's in another place. But the thing is, the baton has been passed in such an efficient way that we are now here today, lined up in the correct direction to go where no administration has gone before in relation to sports. I want Barbadians to reflect on a time past, not too long ago, where national players en masse were walking around with a sponsorship. Car wash, Kate Sale, buy a drink and a take a time, sign offer it to send people to the Olympics. And I'm not saying that there's anything fundamentally wrong with that, but that cannot be the beginning, the middle, and the end of how serious we take national sports. I remember a time in Barbados. Now, we only got really serious about sports in an Olympic year. Like, if there's anything we can do in an Olympic year to make our athletes ready mentally and physically, too late was always our cry. And then we turn on the TV and we upset and we bring home gold medals. It don't happen overnight. It happens here with the policy. It happens out there with the operationalization of the policy, and it happens with the Barbadians and this chamber, sir, understanding its importance from day one. It does not happen in an Olympic year, sir. Now, sir, I am happy also to see that we've moved beyond that and we are taking the concessions, the incentives, and the exceptions serious. And again, that's for us to even go beyond that and understand what a 21st century cutting-edge sports policy and operations is about. I want to salute a youngster, a teenager from the same Green Park Lane, who came to me with a proposal, and I ain't talk too much about it. I don't want nobody. I don't want to thief the idea, but take up the idea. Let me put it that way, to be more parliamentary language. And he has something called Netzer. And he's a teenager, you know, sir. And what he has developed is an app and a system that provides digital sports CVs, so that managers from around the world can look and see this person's pursuits, their records, their height, their records that they've made throughout their career in a digital way, with some snapshots and videos of replays of some of their greatest pursuits, as opposed to a hard copy. And that is when I think about 21st century sports, it is those types of initiatives that I am talking about, sir. It is those types of initiatives I want to see in the final policy. And that is why I'm adding my voice here this morning, sir. Sir, one of the other things that came to my mind is that back in the 90s, I remember a gentleman. Some of you will call him Fingal. Some of you will call him Mac. I call him Sir. Because he, back in the 90s, I remember, he had this thing, these VHFs. And that didn't stand for very, very high-tech systems. I talk about the tape. He would put them in, and he would rewind, and he would rewind, and he would get the athletes to sit down and watch the movements of their opponents. I remember it like yesterday. So when people wanted to know why the Griffins, why the Lord School was winning all the time, it wasn't very high technology, but what it was us understanding strategy, dedication, motivation, and most importantly, discipline. Discipline, sir. Now, I believe that when we look at these things and we reflect on them, we must, as an administration, to do best by the people that we serve, ask ourselves, what is the best way to implement and lay out the policy which we debate and we expose as our own? How do we convert our thought into our walk? And sir, I am a little disappointed this morning to hear of thoughts still of persons seeking to be released from employment, being fired for participating in national duty. The minister was afraid to say it is almost criminal, but I'm going to back him and say it is like criminal activity, sir. Because I believe that we cannot be afraid to say that on a national level, if we are taking sports serious, and by the end of this debate, sir, I am hoping that members of this chamber and members of this country understand why I feel so passionate about this, and why it is important that those employees should be A, released without any problems, or B, not even have to be released in the first place, because I'm not afraid to call the word academy. Because for our high-intense, high-performing athletes, we must be able to put them in an academy, because the people that they are competing with on the world stage are not being released from no cement plant, no brewery anywhere, or accounting firm. They live, eat, drink, sleep, play sports. And that is why that must be a direction that we are willing to go in. I know of the work of CONCACAF and FIFA they're doing with the BFA in terms of building their own academy, but I believe that we cannot get to these things overnight, but we must be able to partner with federations and associations to be able to use their facilities, whether it be the university or the West Indies, the Football Association, or whoever, sir. That is how we get to the promised land. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step, and that will be a step in the right direction. Now, one of the other things I want to underscore is something that the minister mentioned about this thing about corporate social responsibility. Only Sunday I say that we need to have some citizen social responsibility, because citizens have got to seek out companies that support our community and sports endeavors, because it supports the society. It supports the businesses in the long term, in the direct and indirect. So I believe that companies throughout the year, and not in an Olympic year, should be asking themselves, what is the most, what is the maximum, not what is the minimum I can do to contribute. So if you can do more than $500, do the $500 plus. Don't do the minimum, do the maximum. And stay tuned to the end, because, again, I'm reminding you, sir, that at the end, I want to speak about the overall benefits of sports to the individual and collectively to the society. Mr. Speaker, sir, moving on. The minister spoke about sports tourism, and that is something, again, that I put my 100% support behind, because we know that we have the potential in this country to operate at a global level. We have the branding, we have the peace, we have the weather, we have the facilities in some respect, and we had some of the biggest names on this island before. Anybody remember Ken Block? We remember Lewis Hamilton? We remember people that came here that we can use to market Barbados and engage in sports tourism in a way that is not just an ism, but it is something that can bring tremendous benefit to the nation through increased arrivals, through spending, sir, through exposure to increase arrivals and spending even more. That is what we are talking about, sir. A serious debate. The other thing that we have is this thing called 365 days of sunshine. Unless there is a leap year, and then you get 366. But where do the top athletes train during winter? Some of them build their indoor facilities, but do you want to come and train in 70 degrees in the shade, in a beautiful country with beautiful sea breeze, coming across the east and the west, the north and the south, sir? That is what you want. Barbados is the place for you. So, sir, the Honourable Member for St. John, I am giving you my fullest support in relation to building out the sports tourism. The Honourable Member for St. Michael, West Central, I believe as well. I am giving the support for the sports tourism, unreservedly, sir. Full support. Moving on, sir. The final major point I want to talk about is this idea of revenue earning within sports. So I believe that this is the biggest problem in sports in Barbados. In moving around my constituency, and particularly doing some reasonings and moving around other constituencies, I remember last year, late November, I believe it was in the parish of St. Lucie. And I remember speaking to some youngsters and some coaches, a little session that was set up, and they were talking about the fact that, you know, sports is just a run-bout thing for them. After you run around and you reach a certain age, and you have to bring home the bride, what does sports do for you up to that time? But this, sir, policy and green paper speaks about that. How do we introduce more revenue into sports so that a youngster getting involved in sports, they don't have to get involved in it, become really good at it, and at 16 or 18 get out of it because they have to bring home an income or they have to be able to support themselves and their family. Because sports is entertainment. And entertainment is a billion-dollar industry. So the question is, and the answer must be, that when we're looking at the policy, the final policy, that included in that must be a major plank on how we get the revenue in sports. Sir, let me talk about this. Let me talk about it. Now, there are countries that are way larger than Barbados, and they do not depend on gate receipts. Because gate receipts is not where it's at. Gate receipts says icing on the cake, gravy on the rice. That is what gate receipts represent. And a small country like Barbados, we cannot depend on gate receipts. It just will not do it. So what we've got to look at, sir, is things that the other countries that are successful at this, what they look at, which is TV rights. I went to, it was Hope in the Ghetto table tennis match, and I looked at that match, and I could see this on Sky Sports, I could see this on ESPN, the court, pretty. And I said to myself, this is something that we should be marketing to the world, because every match went down to about 2 or 3 points. It said, no, the edge of the seat. At some points, you got to get it, because the edge of the seat cut in. And that is what I am talking about. How do we market to the world? I think a major part of this is in marketing. One of the things I want to salute is the Honourable Member for the Minister for Industry. He have a guy in his ministry, an innovator. And I remember years ago, utilized one of my youth groups to build out this beach cricket. And then he brand the bats, he patent the bats, and then sell them. That's understanding how to bring revenue through innovation into sports. So you must be able to see the connections and connect all of the dots, sir. The other thing that the minister spoke about that I want to give my full support to is the fact that we need to build more semi and professional leagues. That is one of the ways that we can get and monetize sports for the sports men and women of this country. One of the other ways is we can tap into, and we've done it already, we're doing it all right now, but we may need to do it on a greater level, is utilizing things like the Lotto and the Cultural Fund and these different things that say that they support youth sports and culture. So let them support youth, sports, and culture. It is simple, sir, not rocket science. So that is another thing that I want us to understand. Our very own Rihanna, I want to use her as an example. I remember when I was following her and her pursuits and her success. All salute to her. But I remember that she used to be associated with the word million, with an M. A few millions. I started following her and she reached about 30 million. I said, good for her, good for her. We need more Barbadians to jump on that train. But what I want this house to understand, sir, it is not through just doing the music that she was able to get to the millions and beyond the millions. You see, when she got into endorsements and fashion, that is how our very own Rihanna get into the billions with a B. So the sports is not only about the physical aspect of it, there's a business and marketing aspect of it, sir, that ensures that our citizens can get to billion with a B. And that is something I want to see within the policy, but also within the operationalization of the policy, sir. Sports is entertainment. Entertainment is billions of dollars, sir. So now our very own Rihanna makes about 70 million a year and is now valued at, I see different things, between 1.4 to 1.7, in line with Michael Jordan, who's been doing it much longer, but she got into the fashion and the endorsements earlier. Now, in ending, I want to end on 2 points. One, I want to end by doing my responsibility and my duty in calling on the National Sports Council and the Ministry of Sports to ensure that the pastures and the lights, because we got to get the basics right first, right? And the programs, the community centers and stuff, in the city of Bridgetown and throughout all constituencies, but in the city of Bridgetown, sir, and I say Michael North in that he asked for the little endorsement too, but I will see him later with the invoice. Yes, that they are taken care of, because we got to make sure, sir, that we get the fundamentals right. You can't be running out there and twisting an ankle and breaking a foot. You can't be out there playing cricket and can't see the ball and lose because you can't make the runs because you can't see the ball, sir. You must have proper lights installed.
Honourable, I think, sir, if you're speaking about some...
Sir?
Honourable,
Speaking generally, sir.
no, I thought if you're making mention of a specific event, I don't think it has anything to do with the legend. It's something to do with the capability and ability of the persons that were assigned to your team.
So I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I'm speaking in general,
yeah, but
all
right,
fields across all
I
constituencies,
just thought
sir.
it would bring it to your attention that there may be a different aspect to it.
Sir,
And I think I remember very vividly that the same minister was also on your team.
Yeah, I had a
I think
match and
so.
they did have the Honourable Minister on my
Yeah. I
team,
was just
sir.
trying to recollect, and I don't think very much came of the minister and your team. Continue, I remember.
Sir, I agree, and I follow the chair. But I will say that the guilty runneth when no man pursueth, but the innocent is as bold as a lion. I was speaking generally about all fields and all lights across this country. Anyhow, sir, I want to close on the second point, though, and that's the benefits of sports. And I want to list them in such a way, and it's just a sample, it's not an extensive list, and it's not exhaustive. Sports helps our people, not just young people, but people generally, in building accountability, responsibility, dedication, leadership, teamwork, problem solving. Therefore, it helps with academics, and it also helps with scholarships. It helps with self-esteem and building confidence, something that too many Barbadians lack, in my humble opinion, sir. It helps with stress management, mental and social well-being. We talk a lot about mental health in this time, particularly in the social media world. Time management, boosting friendships and relationship building. And sir, that is just a sample of the personal benefits of sports. I want to close now on the collective national good and benefits of sports, sir. It builds good national values. It adds to national unification, unity, and togetherness. You know when Barbados got to pay a match, we ain't care who party we from, what parish we from, constitution, you know who we backing? We backing Barbados. It builds that wrap yourself around the flag feeling, and that is a national good. It improves overall education. It builds national role models. It creates history and identity as a people. It exposes nationals to the world and helps them to expand their horizon. And sir, we spoke about the economic benefit, where within this very policy we identify sports of having a value between $489 to $614 billion. And I believe it is even greater than that, sir. When you add all things and take all things into consideration, I believe that the only thing that I could do, sir, is to say that I support this policy, and it is a policy that I'll be keeping my eye on and adding my contribution at every step of the way, so that Barbados can boast one day of having one of the greatest sports policies and national sports operations, not only in the Caribbean, sir, but across the world. I am obliged, sir. Thank you.
Honourable St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this green paper led by the member for St. John. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, to the country that this member is doing a wonderful job in that ministry. And I want to congratulate him here. Mr. Speaker, Nelson Mandela, I think when he came out of prison, he made a statement. I think it was Australia playing South Africa at the time in rugby. And he made a statement that sports has the potential to unite the world. And that statement, that slogan, resides with me up to this day, and more so when I had responsibility for that wonderful ministry of youth, sports, and community empowerment that I hold dear to my heart, youth and sports and community empowerment. A powerful ministry, and one member for the city that can solve and that will solve most of the social and health challenges that we have among our young people in this country. And while I'm not going to go into the details of the policy, there are a few statements that I wish to make as I stand here to give full support to this green paper. And Mr. Speaker, this work could not have reached this stage without the support of the officers within the Ministry of Sports and National Sports Council. And it is here that I want to salute the senior sports officer, who I can see clearly, I won't call his name, and also the director of the National Sports Council, who I know both had hands in this policy, and the permanent secretary as well, past and present permanent secretary. Because the iterations going and coming, and I know the member did not speak to that, but I also want to salute the members of this cabinet who saw it fit to critique and send back, go and come again, wheel and come again, Dwight, wheel and come again, member for St. John, because this cabinet recognizes the importance of sports to the development of this country and to the development of well-being, health and well-being. And indeed, where I will go later, the whole aspect of creating employment for the ordinary man and the ordinary woman. And I know there were certain disciplines that were identified, as the member so well articulated in his speech this morning, the member for St. John. But the member for the city, I thought that you were going to go where I am going, to that lovely discipline of horse racing. And you know, when we were developing the sports policy, I reached out to the member, and the member ably provided support to what I will mention briefly here. And why I mention horse racing, because, and I'm going to use horse racing as the example to show where we came from, where we are going. And sport is no longer being treated by this government for recreational value alone. And we are focusing on the health and the social benefits and the employability of young people in this country, in this area. And I want to mention just a few. That sport and discipline of horse racing has within its arsenal roughly around 20 various different subsections as it relates to employment. And I'm using it as an example to show you the value of sports to this economy. I'm going to just mention a few. And remember, you recall this, the correspondence some 2.5 years ago during COVID and during the ashfall. I think we had this communication during the ashfall then. When we looked at the various job opportunities within that discipline of horse racing, and Mr. Rowe can tell you what I'm speaking about as well, and director. Exercise riders, stable hands, grooms, stud hand, thoroughbred trainer, farrier horse health and well-being. You know what a farrier is? The persons who put the shoes on the horses. That's a farrier. That's a discipline in itself. A horse can't run without its shoes. Bloodstock agent, race caller, race course manager workers, horse breaker, pre-trainer, barrier attendant. Then you have those persons who are drivers, freight, and transporters. And I mentioned stable hand. And I can go on and on and on and on, Mr. Speaker, because thoroughbred trainers, because you look and you see who are dominating horse racing internationally in this world. I said internationally in this world. Bajans, as trainers, our jockeys leave here and they go away and they do exceptionally well.
That's right.
They return, provide money to their families, and we know they contribute to this economy in a meaningful way. Foreign exchange generation. And I'm just using the horse racing as an example to show you that if we begin to truly monetize this discipline of sports, and I use the word monetize it, in terms of these job opportunities that we have for young, ordinary Barbadians. And member for St. John, we had this conversation, and I will go further because most of the persons who are interested in horse racing tell me where they're from. At that level, tell me where they're from. The member for St. Michael South and I had the same conversation. The member for St. Michael South Central and I had the same conversation. Most of these young men, and I heard the member for St. Michael South Central say to me there, when she goes in her constituency, some section of it, she knows when horse racing is going on, even if she doesn't hear it on the air because the streets are empty. And I use this as an example, member for St. John, to thank you because what you have articulated this morning in your green paper speaks to the monetization of sports and creating employment opportunities for the ordinary man. And it is there I want to focus on these macro results coming out of your green paper, more so than listing all of what you are or repeating what you just went through. And I go further into manufacturing. Some persons may not like to hear this, but I'll begin with road tennis, but I will end off on cricket in terms of manufacturing. Stephen watching me, because Stephen knows me very well. Merchandising in road tennis. Our only indigenous sport is road tennis, and I thank you, member, for carrying on the good work. And I'm not going to politicize road tennis, member for St. George North, because the former administration did a lot of work on road tennis, and it would be remiss of me to stand here to say, yeah, we're going to get there. For me to stand here and say that only this administration did work on road tennis, because that same member, and that's what this government is about, an inclusive government, that same member receives calls from me when I was Minister of Sport. And I had conversations with him in the presence of the senior officer responsible for sports, discussing certain aspects of road tennis. So this government, we are not petty. We recognize that prior to us coming into office, work started in a very important area that is dear to the citizens of this country and our only indigenous sport. So why must I be naive and pat myself on the chest to say I started it? And the former member for St. Philip West, who now sits in the other chamber, he did work on road tennis as well. So we had collective responsibility for road tennis, because we recognize as an indigenous sport, we have to put our hands and our heads together to make this sport one of the world's most attractive sports. And when we do that, we put Barbados on the map. So merchandising as it relates to the sport of road tennis is something that I believe, and I know it is in the green paper. And if I know the member for St. John very well, I know that he will focus on it. And the good member for St. Michael North, it falls under his remit to also assist with us exporting the manufacturing aspect of road tennis, the balls, the rackets. And I know there are some very artistic and skillful workmen in this country who are manufacturing road tennis rackets. And I want to see them going across the length and breadth of the globe. Everywhere that road tennis now is being marketed and advertised or being promoted, I expect that with the personnel we should be carrying 1,000 rackets and selling. Businesses in this country, similar to cricket, where the England and now where the English and now the Indians, they have taken over manufacturing willows, bats. And I have a difficulty with that. I'm going to get there shortly, because I strongly believe that this country has what it takes to become the best manufacturer for sporting goods and equipment. Do not let the opportunity for us to cement who we are as it relates to road tennis pass us. And I'm sending this message because I know where I came from. Road tennis has to be managed not only by government. Yes, we create the policy framework and the Sports Development Act, and the sports policy will come. We have the green paper. But we have to allow, the same way we have the Barbados Cricket Association, they have overall responsibility for the development of cricket in this country, and the Barbados Football Association for football in this country. There must be a road tennis association that has to get its act together Government will support. Government will assist. We have created the framework and the policies. For you, we have the green paper, but the association must get its act together. You know, in this country, there's more politics in sports than there is in this room. And that's the problem that is killing sports in this country. I ain't come to talk too much on the policy. I come to support you, member for St. John. You did an excellent job. I ain't repeating nothing you said. We have to forget the politics in sports, or else the West Indies cricket team will not be playing in future World Cups. This territorial divide in cricket has to stop. I am part of a chat, and where he sit does not allow me to make certain pronouncements and comments. But it pains me some of the comments that I see in the chat. In a sport that we dominated for years and years and years, Sir Garfield Sobers, Sir Wes Hall, Sir Charlie Griffith, Sir Gordon Grinner, Sir Desmond Haynes, the most honorable, Desi, and others from across the region, Sir Viv Richards, Michael Holden, Courtney Waltz, Kurt Lee, and I can go on and call the list, all of them. This region and this country should be manufacturing velours. We should be manufacturing velours. We should be going to India and going to England and talking about the best velours made there. No member for St. John. We have to see ourselves as leaders in these disciplines and perform as leaders, innovate, create. We should be selling. When I look at IPL, and I love cricket, I see Shuman Gill batting with a Seat bat. That's a brand, a company. We should be batting with Sir Garfield Sobers bats, and Trident and Guerrilla bats. I'm talking regionally now. These are the icons of cricket. People should be running to these shores to get these bats. But we find ourselves sitting down and measuring in the minor as it relates to sports development. Who should be playing? Why this body ain't playing? You know that there's a saying, and I'm not criticizing the BC here. I am a proud member of the Barbados Cricket Association for years now. A proud member. But we have a lot of work to do in that area. So I spoke to manufacturing, not only in road tennis and in cricket, merchandising, more merchandising, but I also wish to speak to high performance. Member for St. John touched on it. Member for the city touched on it. I will touch on it because until we truly understand what is high performance, and until we truly begin to spend the money in the areas that matter, the areas that can truly see high performance coming to our shores. And while I am on cricket and I will go into other areas, biomechanics. And I'm asking the question not to the minister nor the members of the National Sports Council or the ministry, but I am asking the question to those associations that are responsible for cricket development. Where is our biomechanics in this country? And I heard the member spoke to that man also that trained me how to play forward and kept my elbow upright if I want the ball to go to the covers, where to push my elbow and not to use too much right hand. And he never had any fancy biomechanics machine, and I'm talking about, we call him McFing. I would say that the chairman of the Sports Council was my form teacher in 1-4. I took to cricket, and you know, I went through large school playing cricket, first to sixth. But he never had the opportunity to bring any biomechanics machine to the large school. But what he did to watch the other players, he videoed players and he watched how they move and everything with precision. And like you mentioned, discipline, it was also a part of the school curriculum. Huh? Discipline, trust me. Discipline, it was. But he utilized the art of videos to allow large school to win titles in athletics, in basketball, in cricket, in football. And I'm saying to the organizations and to university who has probably the first biomechanics machine, we now need to create centers of excellence, not only at university, but we need to create centers of excellence across this country. It would create employment opportunities, and we have persons who are training at the tertiary level in this area. And what it does, it helps you fine-tune the human body within sports. If you're a javelin thrower, then the biomechanics will show you the technique in maximizing your throw. If you are a bowler, the biomechanics will show you how to generate speeds like none other. How to prevent yourself from fracturing your back or stress fractures. That is what the biomechanics and high performance is all about. That's why India and Australia and England are doing so well. I want to ask the question, why Barbados and West Indies cricket, they're so good at age 15, on the 15th and on the 19th, and then after senior level, when we get to senior level, we don't do so well. And it's not because of no attitudes either. It is because of the technology that the other countries are employing that we are not employing. We are busy fighting among ourselves, the territories, with respect to who should head cricket and who shouldn't head cricket, and a lot of politics in the cricket. So when a man doesn't reach on the BCA board, he or she sees it fit to tear it down, rather than providing the necessary support. I'm just speaking on cricket, but it's a broad analogy with respect to sport and discipline. Now, I also support the call for businesses, and I said this eons now. Businesses need to support our players more. You know, I stood up at the AstroTurf with the president of the BFA, Mr. Harris, and I had the opportunity when I was Minister of Sport to speak to the under-19 football team, I think, at the time they were training. And there was a young man, member for St. John, who said he couldn't come to training. He was so devastated when he came to watch the young ones play, that he was working and he could not get the opportunity to train, so he could not make the team. His employers would not give him the opportunity to train. And I think this is wrong. I think this is wrong. These young men and young women, all you're doing is denying them the opportunity to become global citizens and to earn a living. Sports is $1 billion industry. And while we go to university and we study engineering and law and medicine, show me those lawyers and those engineers and those doctors who make more money than basketballers in this world, or footballers in this world. Show me them. Bring them to me. LeBron, Michael Jordan, Ronaldo, Messi. These guys are $1 billion sportsmen. Usain Bolt, come, men and women, yes, of course. Men and women. Men and women. And I'm saying to you, the time has come. And I am glad that the Green Paper speaks to a sports economy. The Green Paper also speaks to the whole aspect of beach sports, tourism, you know, and we can utilize these same icons that I spoke about, whether it is in athletics, is in cricket. We have an icon in road tennis, and I think he's the world's best road tennis player, and we are not promoting him enough. The young man called Venom, we should be putting him all over the world. The world's best road tennis player. He is. And these are the things we have to do to market in tourism, in sports, merchandising. Member for St. Michael North. And I'm passionate about road tennis because these are some of the things that I believe will put Barbados on the map further. We are on the map already, and we are doing exceptionally well in the eyes of the globe. But these are things that will give the ordinary man, you know, when the average man from Bush Hall or the average man from the Ivy, Ruby Black, Grand Boy, see Venom picture on CNN News, he can say, I have the opportunity to become the world's best road tennis player. That's what motivates the young man. I heard the member touch on it. Member for the city, he touched on it. That's what motivates these young people. So we need now to take this and run with it and allow the world to see that Barbados has the best in sporting disciplines. You know, one of the things that I am happy about, if there's one thing that I can say that I did there at the National Sports Council, was to take the rooms that we have as leisure rooms, and we turn one of the rooms into the President's Suite, which was always there, but we made it a real President's Suite. And then we turned the other room into what? The Cigar-Free Sobers Suite. You know, I took a gentleman who's working on behalf of this government. He loves cricket, and he wanted to socialize with me. I didn't take him to Sandy Lane. I didn't take him to Ties. Those are places that I go. I don't do too much in Sandy Lane. Occasional, you know, anniversary luncheon or something. But I love Ties. Ties is my favorite restaurant. I didn't take him there. I took him to the Cigar-Free Sobers Suite. I called the director of sports and I tell him, I have a gentleman who is in this country who loves cricket, and he is a fan of Cigar-Free Sobers, and I took him there. What that is, he took 6 pictures and he sent to Australia. He sent pictures to South Africa. I have some here in my phone of that suite, and persons are saying when they come to this country, they want to go there. Now, I ain't a marketer. That is simple marketing, having spent some time with him, having a little beverage. That is what it was about. Mr. Speaker, finding a place that I can drink a single malt. And look what happened there. So I am saying to you, the legends, we should focus on upgrading the profile of our legends, the facility, because the history of cricket worldwide, you cannot communicate the history of cricket and the stars in cricket across the globe without recognizing Barbados and without recognizing the West Indies. These are the opportunities we have in this green paper that this green paper speaks to, and I know we will do it. Now, community sports. How much more time I have, Mr. Speaker?
You're very limited.
Okay. Community sports. Last but by no means least, the most powerful. You heard the ministry? The Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. Last but by no means least, the community sporting programs. The member for St. John, and I support you wholeheartedly, mentioned it in his introduction. Community sports is probably one of the most powerful aspects of this policy, in that community sports, most of the stars that I just called, Sir Garfield Sobers started playing cricket in the Bayland. It was community sports. And if you go across the globe, Venom, I keep calling the man Venom. I don't like that. What's the real name again? Mark Griffith. He started in a community. Gregory Laluk Goodworth, footballer, the facility at St. George Secondary, named after him, started juggling a breadfruit in Crawford Road. Sir Garfield Sobers, that I mentioned in the Bayland. And these are persons who went on to represent the country and who made money from sport. Yes, Sir Garfield didn't make much because in his time, they were not paying sportsmen and cricketers like they're doing now. But within communities, we have to ensure, and I heard the member mention it, we have to ensure that we revive cricket. We have to make sure that we revive football. And I said to Mr. Harris at the BFA, I know you're doing several tournaments at the AstroTurf, and I'm now seeing the knockout rounds of the BFA season playing across the communities, and I love that. Because we should reserve the AstroTurf for special matches. If you want to play the league games there, no problem. But I believe that football should be played across the length and breadth of this country like it did before. In Silver Sands, in the Pine, in the Bayland, in Spikestone, Half Moon Fort, Crab Hill, St. Catherine's, Haynesville, Spikestone, St. John, in the Ivy Blenheim, Rommel down by your ground, one of the best grounds in the country, Isolation, member for St. Peter. At the Glebe, a nice facility that we just built at the Glebe. These sports, this is the only way we can solve some of our problems. This is the only way we can recognize young men and young women as potential global sportsmen and women. And I'm going to give you an example. Yours truly is still the president of Elton Sports and Social Academy for the past 6 years. And one of my closest friends who passed through this chamber told me not to do it. He said it is going to take too much time. And I said to him, no, I will do it. Because you know why? These young men and women are dependent on me. I started a tournament, and I'm just using me as an example. I started that tournament called the Rondell Pollard Memorial Tournament, and I spoke about this in this chamber before. That tournament started out some 12 years ago. And the young men now that are playing the Line Pelican and who won the David Thompson Memorial Tournament twice, and who are finalists in the Line Pelican, no, not the Line Pelican, in the BFA knockout division, Premier League, beaten by yours truly, member for St. Michael's South Central Team Wales. These young men could not play in the first team in the BFA division, but they showcased themselves and their talent in the Rondell Pollard Memorial Tournament as young 14 and 15-year-old guys, tutored by Gregory Laluk Goodrich, who played with them. And now these are all big men. Some are at national trials, some are playing for Barbados. One of these players was the CONCACAF MVP recently. And I'm saying that is what community sports does to these young people, to solve the issue of nothing to do, something to do, crime. I hate to use that word, but member for the city, he knows that. Obesity among young people, boys and girls, critical. That's what exercise does, sports. Community sports addresses several issues within families as well. So not only economic, but social and health challenges we will address by community sports. And I want to thank you, member for St. John, again, for recognizing within your green paper that community sports is indeed fundamental, not only for us developing the young people, but to building a good nation that persons see as a sporting nation, not only an economic value nation, but a sporting nation. We can grow our economy, but if we grow sportsmen, this economy will triple in a very short space of time. Now, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, you have 2 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this issue of female cricket, we need some more attention within the schools, and I heard the whole aspect of softball mentioned. And I think the value of softball within the school system should not be underscored. Most of the talented female cricketers started out playing softball cricket. And I want us to focus on that area in our schools with our females, because it is very difficult to navigate a softball. You have to have technique to bat a softball and to bowl a softball, and also to field a softball. And if we are truly to produce more world-class cricketers like Haley Matthews and Miss Selman, that's her name, we need to reintroduce softball cricket in our schools so our young girls can indeed become attracted to the sports. Mr. Speaker, I close by saying it is clear that this government is not making sport with sports. The fact that we have placed lights across most of the playing fields of this country, the fact that we have invested thousands of dollars to make sure that persons after work can indeed exercise on playing fields in the village, which is in rural and urban Barbados, is testimony to how we value sport. The fact, Mr. Speaker, that we can spend money on grading fields as a government, because I heard the member for the city trying to use the example for his loss yesterday, on Sunday, but that has nothing to do with the quality of the field. But we have spent money as a government. When we came to office, we recognized that Queen's Park, Spartan Cricket Ground, one of the most famous grounds in this country, needed work. Because when cricketing icons travel this country, they go to places like Empire, they go to places like Spartan, they go to places like Pickwick. Now they have isolation to go to, and they have Malvern that looks exceptionally well, and they have the Glebe, and they have St. John culture. So, Mr. Speaker, it is clear as I close that this government is serious about sports. And I want to thank the officers within the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment for the focus they have brought to this green paper, and to ensuring that soon from now we will not only have a sports policy, but we will have a sports development act. And I will sit down, but I forgot to mention the role of coaches. We need to spend more money on our coaches. We need to send our coaches overseas to learn the best of whatever sports there is, the best practices in the world, exchanges not only with Cuba, with lawn tennis and boxing, but we have other areas we can go to, India, Australia. And I believe once we invest in our coaches and we carry on along the path that we are carrying on, Barbados will become the best place to develop young men and women, sportsmen and women, as global citizens. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for Michael South, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 3 p.m.
Question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 3 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 3 p.m.
For quite some time in order to see what we can do to put sports on the map in Barbados, but more importantly, to put Barbados on the sports map of the world. And I really want to congratulate the member for St. John as the minister for that ministry. I also want to congratulate the Sports Council and the ministry team that would have worked assiduously along with others who would have contributed to the development of the national sports policy. And as I reviewed the paper, sir, I saw that it sought to cover a number of areas to truly build out a holistic program for our country. And it spoke about making sure, for example, that the average Barbadian becomes more active, that whether or not you become an athlete or not, you need to be healthy. And it sought to be inclusive to make sure that Barbadians are participating in a wellness program that helps us to beat NCDs. It also outlined a number of areas of special interest. What are some of the sports that we are particularly going to work with and to try to build our specialties there? But of great importance to me, sir, is the fact that not only are we putting sports on the map in Barbados, it is about putting Barbados on the sports map of the world. The building out of sports as an economic sector that is going to be able to help Barbados to build out new opportunities, not just for athletes, but for business, for tourism, for a whole host of things. And therefore, sir, it's important that we pay attention to this particular policy and implement it well. Outlined in the policy document would be the need for participating in regional and international events. It also speaks to developing a high-performance system here in Barbados. It talks about building out a sports economy, and to support all of this, to make sure that we're world-class, to put in place the necessary legislation that is going to assist us in being able to support and meet the necessary regulatory standards internationally that we can become a part of that economy. So what is it that is in the economic sector pertaining to sports? As was earlier outlined today, it stands at about $450 billion. It's actually going to reach to $600 billion in the next few years. And Barbados has to make sure that it is going to be a part of that growth. And what is there in the entire sports sector? First, you have things like sports tourism, sports products, the building of sports venues, the hosting of events, marketing, advertising. But you also have medical treatment and rehabilitation. You're talking about food and nutrition. All of those are viable sports economic activities from which our economy can grow and provide opportunities not just for athletes, but for a whole range of entrepreneurs who want to make their money in that sports sector. So it is an area that we need to pay attention to, and the Honourable Member for St. John and his team has to be congratulated in bringing Barbados to a place where it is looking at and examining these things. So what in particular then do we need to do? And I believe the Honourable Member for St. John shared very well concerning what were the things that we've already started in Barbados that is going to lay the foundation for inserting Barbados in sports globally. He spoke about the development of facilities, that without the stadium and without the mini stadia, etc., making sure that the fields are ready, we cannot build a sports sector. He spoke about the need for coaches. If you don't have world-class coaches, you cannot build world-class athletes. So this requires that we have training for them, but we also set standards for performance. Then there's the development of IP, to be able to develop the intellectual property, which was so ably spoken to by the Honourable Member for St. George South, and the development of the 16 disciplines. And let me thank him very much for archery. And I will tell you why, sir. I have one of your best archers in St. James South, living in Durance Village, who has begged me to speak on his behalf, on behalf of children from working class families who would not have the monies to be able to help their children to develop the sport of archery. But the provision of a safe place for them to be able to execute is something, sir, that they will very much welcome. And I look forward to them being able to top perform. And I will be speaking with you further on any further assistance that we can give our young archers, sir. So we look forward to that. So coming back, sir, now, Mr. Speaker, to what it is we want to do if we're going to be able to develop an economic sector in sports. It means you have to have an integrated governmental system that understands what it is we need to do to be able to build sports out as an economic sector. It is very easy to become satisfied with if you get the stadium, if you get your coaches, if you have your fields, people are playing every day, you're having your domestic competitions, to forget that if you want to build it out as a powerful economic sector, you have to think outside of Barbados. You got to think outside of the box, and you have to build the economic capacity to be able to participate. And sir, this will require more than just the Ministry of Sports to be able to execute that. It is the collaboration between sports, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Ministry of Energy and Business, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Industry. All of us will have to work to be able to develop the areas that will give support to the sports policy. And sir, this is what we're looking forward to. So once we provide the athletes with the opportunities to practice and we give them the coaches and so on, they need now to step onto a global platform to be able to walk and work and perform against other athletes worldwide so that they can keep honing their craft and moving up the scale of excellence. And what that will require is access to scholarships. And this is where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, because we have been working on re-energizing our efforts internationally to be able to work with other universities to identify the potential for scholarships, especially sports scholarships, that will allow our young people to have the opportunity to train at some of the best colleges and get the opportunity to compete internationally so that they can make a name for themselves and they can make a name for Barbados. The other thing our missions will do, along with the sports scholarships, we want our missions to be able to go out and uncover teams that would want to come to Barbados to train here. And that is why the facilities are so important, that if we can build comparable facilities, we can attract them to come here for their spring break training, and this will allow us to earn money and at the same time give our domestic sportsmen an opportunity to mix with people who are in their same disciplines. But sir, one of the things that I think will be critical to birthing and expanding a sports economy has to be the diversification of the various leagues across the world. Right now, the notion is that a world event is something that takes place in the developed world. That if you want to get to the apex of sports, it means that it has to happen in the developed world. I am saying, sir, that with the emergence of Asia, the emergence of Africa, the emergence of Latin America, that if we are able to go after a very strong, aggressive development of sports across the world, that just as in cricket, you have the Indian Premier League and you've got the other types of leagues that they perform at, that we can actually develop in a lot of these different disciplines, these events that can take place in the developing world, and that our athletes can participate there. Now, what is the value of something like that? One, if we're able to build sufficient competition and a sufficient global level in terms of the sports performance, then people will want to see those sporting events. That is going to attract audiences. What we would like to see is that at some point in time, the African Football League has 100 million viewers watching. Why? That is going to attract marketing and advertising, and it's going to bring money to the sports people. If we can get our athletes into those types of engagements, where they too are participating in the football league or the cricket league in Africa or in Latin America, wherever it is, then they too can begin to earn significantly in those wonderful events. And therefore, it's important, sir, that we support wherever we can the diversification. Otherwise, you will have too small a pipeline through which athletes will have to go. Some will be chosen and some will be left. But with diversification, there's going to be more opportunity. Now, once we build audiences, what we are going to be able to do is to develop digital marketing. And this is where the money now, sir, will explode. Because if we can build an audience of 100 million people watching football, a Caribbean team playing football in the African League somewhere in Africa, or somewhere in the Caribbean for that matter, and we can be promoting our products here in the Caribbean, what we will be doing is exposing the goods and services of our domestic enterprises within those audiences. And what that will do is that will help us to build money. and to build the sector. But it's not only products and services that you are exposing in that market, you're also exposing culture. You're also exposing your entertainment. You're exposing your tourism. So what will happen is that you'll be able to build a number of different economic sectors just by taking your sports up to the global level. And this is why it's important for us to make sure that in our planning, in our working, how we deploy the resources, deploy the money, that we are going to be able to build a sporting sector. So in addition to that, I believe that preparation meets opportunity. I believe that if we understand where sports can go to, that the opportunity will come. The question is, can we prepare for all the things that can spin off? In addition to the marketing of Barbadian products and services, there are certain things that we can get involved in. As I said, food and nutrition, medical treatments, etc., all those are natural spin-offs from sports. And therefore, our organic foods, the agro-processing that we're seeking to do in the region, the development of pharmaceuticals, all of these are ways in which we can participate in the sports industry. Because I believe that along with building top athletes, we need to build the next generation of nutritional products for athletes. One of the problems that we have in Barbados, and I'm hoping that my honorable friend from Christchurch, West Central, will speak to the issue of drugs and the effect on our sportsmen, etc. But one of the things is the issue of nutrition. I remember Bolt saying, when they asked him to account for his tremendous speed and stamina, he said yams did that for him. And therefore, can we find within our region the foods, the drinks, the snacks that are healthy and help us to build strong athletes? I once heard an old lady say, who was very fond of cricket, very, very fond of cricket, and she was lamenting the demise of the West Indies team and so on. And I never forget what she said. She said, you cannot raise good athletes on snack box chicken and chips. That if you want to raise good athletes, you have to give them good nutrition. And therefore, I believe that there is a marketing opportunity here for us to do some research in relation to nutrition for our athletes using the foods that are found in this region. We need new generation proteins. We need new generation multivitamins. We need new items that will help our athletes to be able to build health and perform and not have to rely on drugs to enhance their performance, but use nutrition as the way in which they're going to do it. But there are going to be some changes, sir, and it's something I think that we need to anticipate as we're thinking of building out sports. Climate change is going to have an impact on how sports is conducted. The rising temperatures, etc., will have an impact on whether people will be able to practice outdoors, whether or not we will have to conduct our events indoors. All of those are things that we have to look at. It may ask, for example, sir, that we need a new generation of athletic wear. It might call for a different approach to how we hydrate. These are things that we have to think through and look at what impact climate change is likely to have on sports and prepare for it. Now, all of this leads us to, if we're going to build a global sports sector, it means that you have to have standards. And this, sir, is where BNSI comes in, that if we can help the entire ecosystem that is going to work towards building out a sports economic sector in Barbados, your National Standards Institute then has to work alongside of them to ensure that standards are put in each position and that people can be certified so that we can say that we have a very global sports group here in Barbados that will be ready to be able to engage global opportunity. Now, sir, I believe in being pragmatic as a country. Just being 166 square miles, we cannot pursue every single type of economic sector. We have limited resources, we have a small population, we have to decide what areas and angles we are going to promote for opportunities for our young people. But the important thing is that you have to make each opportunity as successful as you can. If we cannot do that, if we do not do it well, if we fail to translate this policy into a viable economic sector that gives hope to our young athletes, that provides opportunities for coaches, that provides opportunities for business, we will frustrate our population. And this is why the commitment of everyone in this process is going to be critical to allowing this country to flourish in the area of sports. Sports calls for excellence and it calls for dedication. And one of the things as a government that we have been trying to promote is the area of global excellence for Barbadians, to develop star Bajans who have their sights set on a vision of being the world's best, of building star enterprises that want to be able to offer global levels of service and to compete with those who are out there. And what it will call for is commitment and dedication from every single person within that sports economic chain. So while we are seeking to build the domestic, providing the facilities, providing the coaches, one of the things I think we feel we have to do is to be able to work with our people to build the attitude for success and to build the spirit for global excellence. For without that, we would have labored in vain putting together a sports policy if we don't have people who are hungry for that vision. And so one of the things that we have to do is to start and inspire our young people. We have to develop ways in which to share this national sports policy that will excite the imagination of our young people, that will give them a chance to see that their kinesthetic abilities have a place within the Barbadian landscape. And so I would want to encourage that from the schools all the way through to the communities, that we put in place what is necessary to help them to see sports as more than just a place to keep fit or to have fun or to burn off some excess energy, but that they can see that the development of their sportsmanlike skills, the disciplines that it is asking of them, that this can take them on a journey that can take them onto a global stage. I believe that if we are successful in doing this, and we are able to produce 20 or 30 athletes who go there and earn $10, $15 million a year apiece, sir, that we will be generating economic activity in Barbados that will do Barbados well. And that is what I believe. But sir, in order for us to find those athletes, we have to be able to go into the nooks and the crannies of this country. We have to be able to go into every village. We have to be able to make the opportunity open to every home. That no person growing up in a household that does not have a lot of money should feel that they cannot participate in our sports program. They must feel that there's a way for them to participate and get there. Some sports, sir, are more expensive than others. Some sports call for more equipment. Some sports call for more training. Can we as a country, and when I say as a country, I'm not talking about just as a government, I'm talking about the corporate sector, I'm talking about the diaspora, I'm talking about the graduates from the various schools, the alumni. Can we get together and begin to put down some funds that we can put in sort of like a bank or a trust fund that could be used to help our young people be able to participate in the sport of their choice and know that the only thing that will limit where they want to go is the level of their talent. And that's what we need to create here in this country. And sir, personally, for St. James South, I am very excited by what we are planning to do here, because I believe that it will make a lot of difference to the young people in my constituency. I was very pleased to hear the Honourable Member speak about the fact that the lights are at the port. I am looking forward to them escaping the port and making their way onto a field near St. James South. At least there are about 3 fields, sir. So I would like the Honourable Member St. John to take note of that and make sure that we're adequately provided with the lighting that is important. I also want to make a very special plea to the Honourable Member through you, sir. St. James South is home to one of the top basketball teams in the country, the Lakers. And they have a very beautiful court at Husbands Oxners, a top-class court. What they're missing, sir, is that they don't have changing facilities. And therefore, this is a drawback and a hindrance to them. And they have pleaded with me to plead with the Honourable Member to consider in his next budget to put in place enough funds to ensure that a facility is built at the home court for the Lakers, who have done Barbados proud. They've been able to win a number of matches, etc. They're not always the top team, but they sometimes exchange places with the top team and have done very well and made St. James South proud. So I would like him to take a special note to ensure that he makes some provision for the Lakers. And last but not least, I want to support the Honourable Member for St. John in his call for corporate Barbados to support our athletes. They're athletes, sir, who are called on to go and do duty for Barbados at events. And from time to time, some of them have had trouble where they're not given the time to go. Even though there's provision, I believe, and the Honourable Member for St. Peter will support me, that there is provision as part of the rights for employees that they should be given the time, even if they're not paid. They should be facilitated wherever possible to be able to perform national duty in doing sports. And sir, I would like to encourage every company to understand that the flourishing of sports and the growth of the sports economic sector is a benefit to them. Because if Barbados earns money through it, if its tourism expands, if its manufactured goods and services are used more across the globe, then you will have consumers who are going to be buying more products and services from your business, regardless of what that business is. What that means is that we're all in this together. And I would like to encourage them to please give the athletes the opportunity to go and perform, give them the opportunity to practice, so that we can build out our sports economic sector. This is their national duty to this country to facilitate our athletes. And sir, I'm obliged to you, and I want to wish every success and look forward to the discussions on the national sports policy of Barbados. Thank you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the national sports policy, and I thought I needed to, or that I should intervene relatively briefly, because I agree with the Honourable Member for St. John that sports really provides for our country the basis of so many things. The health of its people, the ability to be productive, to engage, to understand what it means to be a team, to work as a society, because the society is really the extension of the team. And these are things that come from engaging in sporting activity. Now, we talk about health, and this is something that I believe very strongly in. The idea that the health challenges that so many of our people find themselves facing, or so many of us find ourselves facing, engaging in physical activity, engaging in competitive physical activity, engaging in the training that precedes sporting activity generally, is a way to be able to address some of these issues while enjoying oneself. And that is just one. We talk about NCDs and the prevalence of NCDs, including hypertension, high blood sugars. Sports, physical activity, exertion are some of the ways, sporting activity is one of the ways that we can address that matter. The discipline, and this is a matter that, or an area that many people within the past, I would say 5-6 years, probably the last 10 years, when we examine what either is happening or what appears to be happening with our younger people, the younger members of our society, there is a bemoaning of a lack of discipline or an erosion in the discipline that we believe once existed in our country. Sports, the ability to participate at a high level, the ability to compete and to compete effectively, the discipline that is part of that system, because that's what it is a system. That discipline is something that will pervade, will move across the society. Just another positive benefit of involvement in sporting activity. And so when we come to debate a green paper, which is a precursor to a formal policy on sporting activity, it says to me that government has reached the position where there is the understanding that for a complete development of our society, the development of sports and a policy to guide that development is absolutely necessary. We talk a lot about economic policy, we talk about other types of social policy, but Mr. Speaker, policy on sports has the potential to get into some crevices, to go into some areas that macroeconomic policy as ordinarily enunciated, and that some social policies do not have the ability to get to. Because sporting activity is activity that those who are involved in it enjoy. And that is a critical thing. You enjoy something that has this range of benefits. And in my view, there is no greater mechanism of getting people on board than having them involved in something that they love and something that they enjoy. The honourable member from St. John, for St. John, well, from St. John as well, from and for St. John, spoke to a number of, I think, important aspects. I'm not going to repeat all, but there are 3 of them that I think bear repeating. One has to do with gender equity and a recognition by this government that we cannot have, if we refer to men and women as Medes and Persians, we cannot have one law for the Medes and another for the Persians. Sport is sport. We've matured to the point where we no longer talk about batsmen, we talk about batters. I must confess that when I first heard it, I thought it was an import from somewhere, until I realized but there's nothing called a batswoman. You know, you're either batting or you're not batting. So, batters. That in itself, Mr. Speaker, speaks to a mindset change that will be necessary if we are to treat men and women's sports on an equal basis. And I say that not because it is going to be easy for everybody. And I think as leaders, as policymakers, we have to be understanding that a lot of what we do and a lot of what we are to do will be sensitizing, will be educating, because our people have to come, well, we ourselves as a people have to come to the point where we recognize that there is no first class and second class with respect to men and women. There could be a Division 1 and a Division 2, and a Division 3 or an intermediate. But when it comes to men and women in being involved in sporting activity, there cannot be the traditional differentiation with respect to giving one more prominence than the other. It simply is not fair. And I like to say, and I share it with my honourable neighbour in this house from St. Michael's South, that what we do has to be based on what is right, not what we see somebody else doing or what somebody says to do. Gender equality in sports has to be done because it is the right thing to do. There's also a focus that I know the Honourable Member for St. James North is very passionate about, and we all are very passionate about, the matter of sporting activity involving persons with disabilities. And I really want to commend those who organize the 50th edition of the Carifta Games for having, I think it was a 100-meter race for persons with disabilities. I think it sends the right message, and what our response now ought to be is that it cannot be a one race tacked on to the Carifta Games, but it must be mainstreamed. It must become a feature of all sporting activity. And again, it is a matter of educating. I'll give an example and maybe a bit of a confession, because like I often say in this honorable chamber, we are not perfect, and I just want to remind the public that for two things, we are not perfect and we do not consider ourselves perfect. And I'll use this example. We organized in St. Peter last November a 5K race and 3K walk to celebrate an Olympian who was a resident of Spike Sound, one of our own, Pearson Jordan. No relation to me, even though I wish, I don't mind having an Olympian in the family. But we organized the race, and we did not take into account persons with disabilities. But thankfully, 2 persons in wheelchairs participated and completed. And that itself was a signal to us so that we know in the planning of the 2023 edition that there will be provision for the involvement of persons with disabilities. And that is part of the educating that this green paper is starting to do. It is part of the educating that we have a responsibility to do. Persons with disabilities are first persons. They are persons, and they deserve the opportunity to be involved in all aspects of the life of the nation, including sporting activities, as far as any ability or disability will allow them. We have a responsibility to provide avenues and vehicles for that kind of inclusion. And I applaud the Honourable Member for St. John and the Honourable Member for St. George South before him for ensuring that the Green Paper speaks to that inclusion. It speaks to the kind of society that Barbados is headed to becoming. We are going to be inclusive. We will respect the right, and it is a right, of persons with disabilities to be involved in sporting activities. They ought to be able to laugh and to exclaim and to do whatever they need to do on winning a race just like everybody else. And so the focus on that in this policy, in this green paper, what will precede the policy, is commendable. It is not to say that nothing had happened before, because we've had Special Olympics for quite some time, and we've had teams representing Barbados at the Special Olympics. One of my constituents is very involved in the Special Olympics, and we know that there's been activity and there's been involvement. At the policy level, it needs to be clear for all Barbadians. It needs to be clear for the international community that we understand that the involvement in sporting activity for persons with disabilities is a right that they, I don't even think I should say deserve, that they demand, and that a society that is a decent society ought to respond to facilitate. The other area, principal area, that I need to speak to, I do so based on my previous life, and that is the matter of sports tourism. Sports tourism is one of the most lucrative niches in tourism. Sports tourism has the ability to fill many of the gaps in our occupancy patterns in this country. And I'll share an example. There was a time when on the South Coast, some of the smaller hotel properties would not be enjoying the same level of occupancy as the West Coast properties during the winter period, that December to about April period. South Coast properties, once the aquatic center was established, was able to go after that niche of college students who wanted, during the winter period, in the northern hemispheric winter, wanted to be able to practice, to train. And we have had, we call them bed nights, many bed nights in Barbados, from teams coming to Barbados, staying on the South Coast, mainly in the Christchurch area, close access to the aquatic center. And they would use that for their winter training. Just one example. And there are many other examples of situations where there are teams that want to come, want to train, and want to practice. We reached out, and this is what it was in that area of activity. We reached out to some college teams in the college basketball teams in the United States. We were very, maybe a little bit presumptuous, but we were proud. We have a gymnasium, and we thought, well, this is perfect for a college team to come. So a couple of coaches came down and examined our nice gymnasium and said to us, if we were to allow our students to practice on this floor, then we would be out of championships, because the kinds of injuries that they would sustain on the floor. We did not realize, maybe not having the professional knowledge, that what appears to us to be a fantastic surface does not reach the standard that is required for college basketballers to be able to practice on. And we're not talking about championship matches. We're talking about training. And I use that example to say that as we think about sports tourism, we have to think and place a lot of emphasis on our facilities. I indicated just now that we were able to attract swim teams after the aquatic center was established. We will be able to attract basketball teams once we have the appropriate surface that allows them to play without doing any harm to themselves. And so we also recognize that all these things call for investment. They need resources. And in that vein, I will have no option but to add my voice to the call made by the Honourable Minister, the member for St. John, that this needs, given its potential for earning, the work, the participation of corporate Barbados. And I'm saying to corporate Barbados, there is the potential for much earning, foreign exchange earning and domestic earning, much economic activity coming out of sports tourism. And so we ought to see it not as a philanthropic exercise. Involvement in sports tourism is a straight business decision. There is money to be made. There is lots of money to be made. And I call on the more forward thinking of our private sector to recognize the potential and to put some resources so that the benefit can come both to the businesses and to the country. Now, I have spent the last couple of days engaging with some leaders in sports in my constituency. And one of them in particular has asked me to raise a couple of matters with respect to sports. And I raise it at this point, recognizing that what we're debating is the green paper. There'll be discussion, there'll be tweaking, adjustment, so that we come up with a white paper, which is the policy. And so I'll mention them here. One has to do with the administration of clubs, administration at the club level. And I'm sure that the Honourable Minister is very familiar with that, being a seasoned clubman himself. There is need for serious attention to be paid to how clubs are administered. It is not to say that we want to take administration from those who have formed clubs, but there is much capacity building that is necessary for those who either form clubs or those who participate in the leadership of these clubs. And I'm calling on the policy, when drafted, to take that into consideration and to prepare the platform that will allow sports at the national level to recognize that if sports is going to work both for people and for the country, that the clubs, which are the heartbeat of sporting activity, are in a position to be able to properly administer activity, sporting arrangements at the club level and at the community level. That is going to be absolutely critical. Clubs must be able to function and must be able to function properly. They will need some help. Many of them will need some assistance. If they are to move from one level to the next level, they will need some assistance. The matter of financing for clubs could also form part of that dynamic. What I am not saying is that clubs must be putting their hands out to government every time they want funds. What I am saying is that part of developing our club structure and taking it to the next level will include some orientation on how clubs can become sustainable, so we don't have the peaks and valleys, so that clubs are able to maintain themselves over their lives. Those involved with sports, and I am not by nature a sports person, but as the Member of Parliament and representative for St. Peter, I stay close to the sporting activity in my constituency. And what I do know is that subs and Jews can't run a club. In a lot of cases, where football is concerned, as an example, can't even buy kit. And, well, not even boots. And in St. Peter, we have a pretty vibrant grassroots football setup. And in a where you have grassroots clubs, then you have, like an honorable member said earlier, you have situations where a person may have skill, but no boots. A club must be in a position to either support or to be able to know where to go, how to draw on support to assist persons in those kinds of situations. Financing is important. Even in scripture, and I had cause to say this before in this honorable chamber, money answereth all things. King James Version of the Bible, it is a verse in the Old Testament. Money answereth all things. Clubs will need financing. And so we're going to have to do some hand-holding and set up some constructs, some frameworks that will allow clubs to be able to sustain themselves. Clubs are also very concerned, and I think all of us as members of Parliament are as well, the costs of trying to help young people in this country, the cost of trying to help communities in this country is very often prohibitive. The kind of fees to use this, the fees for law enforcement protection, the costs of just trying to help does not really, Mr. Speaker, encourage many to help. It seems as though you have to become a pauper in order to be able to assist a community. And there are many decent individuals in this country, many, many more than those who may be causing trouble, many decent individuals in this country who want to help. But the hoops and the costs are a turnoff for many of them. And so some who would ordinarily have been even more involved will say, well, listen, take this and see if you can get through the hoops, if you can get some others to handle the costs. Cost structure is also something that we will need to look at. The Honourable Member for St. John spoke to concessions in terms of tax concessions. That is fine when you're importing things like balls and kit and those kinds of things, equipment. But there also needs to be an examination of the local costs to acquire local services, and what the dampening effect it has on the ability to host programs. And the other area of focus that I've had some interaction with the minister on this one, we talk about high performance centers, we talk about academies. My experience, Mr. Speaker, has been that when scouts identify my people, the next challenge is how to get them past immigration onto an airplane. In other words, how to get past the counter, how to obtain the ticket that will allow them to check in, to go where they can show off their skills. That is a challenge, and I've separated it from financing for clubs because I see it as, I separate it because we speak about these persons becoming, I think it was the Honourable Member for St. George South, if I'm not mistaken, moving from, no, the Honourable Member for the city, moving from millionaires with an M to billionaires with a B. In order to get to that point, you have to get past some initial hurdles. And my experience has been that it is challenging to be able to get some of these promising young people into places and spaces where they can show their talent and be in a position thereafter to be taken by a club in a manner that will allow them afterward to earn. That is an area that needs to be addressed. The matter of development of sports, I think it is one, Mr. Speaker, that will go beyond a green paper and a policy paper. Leaders in society will have to come to the understanding and the realization that it is important to pay attention to sports. I'm not going to talk about those who give athletes, as we would say, hell when they're chosen to represent their country. Others of us have to pay significant attention as well, as part of our commitment to our communities. And what we've been able to do in St. Peter, for example, I spent some time over the weekend at what we call the Road Tennis Expo in Maynards. That was the end of a phase in our road tennis developmental program for the Maynards area. And we've had every Sunday and Wednesday evening about 30 young people, children actually, who come out and are taught the basics of road tennis. And we've been able to have that for about 3 or 4 months. And now we're going to another phase where we will have a competition in August with these same young people. And after that, we plan to go from community to community with this developmental program, because we believe it is important to develop the talent that we have. We've also been able to give to each of our schools. So we have 3 public primary schools, 1 private primary school, and 2 public secondary schools in St. Peter. All 6 of those institutions have received a table tennis board. We've given them a table tennis board. Well, All Saints has gotten 2, because the role at All Saints is large. And they've gotten equipment as well, rackets, net, balls, etc. It will be necessary for those of us who do those kinds of things to have the continuing support of the National Sports Council. And it will be important that the coaching program, as funding allows, becomes larger than it is. It needs to be such that it allows our young people to be coached, to be able to reach their potential, their maximum potential. And we ought to be prepared to partner with the National Sports Council, partner with the ministry responsible for sports in these kinds of areas. I don't have a lot to ask from the Honourable Member for St. John, but I am sure he will be disappointed in me if I did not remind him of 2 things. I'm not telling him, I'm reminding him of 2 things. He would be angry with me if I did not remind him that the pavilion at Black Bess needs to be completed. He and I shared many moments of disappointment at how long it took for the roof to be fixed. And this is post-Hurricane Elsa. The roof, at long last, has been fixed. The inside needs attention. And I am saying here, and I have to say it here, Mr. Speaker, not to put, but no, I am putting pressure on the Honourable Member, but not because I want to do it publicly, but the people who caused me to be sitting here asked me to say it here. There is a cricket team that will be using the field at Black Bess as their home ground in the upcoming cricket season. They need to be able to shower. That is called, in my world, basic hygiene. They need to be able to change some level of privacy. And so they will need their lockers, they will need the plumbing fixed. Now, I'm looking at you, Mr. Speaker, because this is your place and I address all my comments to you, and I hope that through you, my honourable colleague will be able to respond. But I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that the response from the Ministry of Sports and the National Sports Council cannot follow the same timeline as for the repairs to the roof. It cannot. It cannot. The other thing, which is also something that the Honourable Member for St. John is aware of, we have a field, or the makings of a field, at 6 Mains. It is what, growing up, we would call a breakfast pasture. There are many young people in 6 Mains, lots of them interested in football. They run the risk every time they use the field of breaking a limb. And so some of the parents in 6 Mains do not allow them to practice on the field, but if they don't practice on that field, they have to go to Mahika, which is next to the bus terminal in Spike Sound. These are people, Mr. Speaker, who don't all have vehicles. There is a field in 6 Mains that needs to be regraded. It needs to be regraded at the least. I've been told through the National Sports Council that there's no provision for providing nets and those kind of things for goal bars. I'm not sure if that is true or not. And the only reason why I say I'm not sure if it's true or not is because it sounds weird to me. But I'm new. Well, I'm 5 years into representing my constituency. So I've not been around as long as you, Mr. Speaker. So maybe these are things that I am not aware of. But it sounds really strange that on a football field, the national agency will not be able to assist with goal bars. But that is the information that I received. But I'm saying that at the very least, because like I keep saying to many of my colleagues, the people in St. Peter don't ask for a lot. But we are done tolerating foolishness. But we still don't ask for a lot. I have, while I say that, and as I say that, to thank the National Sports Council for the 2-row tennis courts in Maynards. We had one in good time, and I'm happy that 1 week before the expo that we had over the weekend, that we got the second one. Better late than never, and so I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. I am thankful the people of Maynards and the surrounding areas, which include my area, Rose Hill, Malnaquarta, Maynards, Malnaquarta, Bravata, Ashton. We are very thankful for their assistance where that is concerned. We do know that there are issues with respect to equipment, issues with respect to financial resources, but I'm putting on the table that there are a couple of things. I just mentioned the couple, Black Bess and 6 Mains. We don't ask for a lot, and we expect the continued cooperation. We have had, I would say, decent cooperation from the National Sports Council, but we need some priority areas addressed. We have, well, this is really in the constituency of St. James North, but my people tell me that they consider it ours. The Worley playing field, I mean ours meaning St. Peter. St. Peter people feel that St. Peter is St. Peter. So many of the people who live in Ward 6 of the Honourable Member for St. James North constituency believe Ward 5th. Many of them recognize themselves and only want to be known as St. Peter people. I can't fight them. You lead and you follow where the people are going. And so that playing field at Worley has two playing fields, significant potential. We have had discussions with the National Sports Council. We know that the first mini stadium for us will be at Mahika, in spite some, that is fine. I'm saying that for the second, we believe that for the football field, which is the western of the two fields, that the natural slope is a gift for putting some seating in that area so that the constituents of St. Peter, residents of St. Peter, and St. James North will be able to enjoy
The honourable
football.
member has 2 more minutes.
That is absolutely enough time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sports makes a difference in our communities. And I applaud here now those who are the leaders of sporting activity in my constituency and in the parish of St. Peter. We have them in the area of cricket, football, we have them in netball. I also applaud the students of the All Saints Primary. In the current Barbados Netball Association League, the students of All Saints, the girls of All Saints, are the only primary school team participating in that league. And they must be applauded. They're playing with some big girls, as we would say. And they are attempting to hold their own. I applaud them, and they're enjoying their play. I think the last game that they played was Sunday, but they're enjoying their play among the big dogs, you know, the big ones, the big girls in the sport. And they're learning from watching those who are better than themselves. Sports has the potential to make a significant difference. And I'm calling on all Barbadians to support the Honourable Minister, to support the ministry responsible for sports, to support the National Sports Council as it navigates its resource challenges. Recognize that we are on a good trajectory. We haven't reached where we ought to reach. We have to keep the pressure on them, on the Sports Council and on the ministry, but we have to recognize that given the guidance from the Green Paper and what will come from the policy, Barbados is poised, well poised, to be able to exploit all the benefits, physical, psychological, and financial, that come from involvement in sports. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, I strongly and fully support, and St. Peter strongly and fully supports this Green Paper on sports.
Honourable member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, in the last 24 hours, my constituency or community in the Halls Road area lost a young man under very tragic circumstances. I just want to take this opportunity to express my condolences to his family. I'm sure that the honourable member for the city of Bridgetown would also want me to convey his, and to the entire Ellis Village, Halls Road, Carrington Village, Bridgetown community, because this is in fact a difficult time for us. Sir, I support a sports policy that starts from the bread and butter issues and only thereafter starts to take on the moonshots that are identified in this Green Paper and in the document that has been so ably presented by the Honourable Member for St. John. You know, this is a very complex area of operation. I say area of operation because it's a very operational kind of area. It is both one that is responsible for recreation of our young people, but also for their futures and for their dreams. You may notice, sir, that I'm wearing maroon. So I came well prepared to even put this in the context of the fortunes of the West Indies team. The member for St. George South went quite a ways down the road towards that conversation that I was going to, but there's much that is left to be said really on some of the bread and butter issues. I say that this is an operational sector, sir, because the honourable members who spoke before me did a wonderful job of examining all of the economic, social, developmental, psychological targets that we can set with respect to sports in Barbados. However, as I sit here, and these are all desirable, definitely, eminently desirable. Like them, I spent a lot of time on the ground in my constituency. Because of the nature of the area that I represent proudly, everybody has teams. I like to think that some of us are particularly blessed to represent particularly sporting communities. And I am very, very, very proud to be the Member of Parliament for communities from Clapham to Carrington Village to Britons Hill to Shilling Square, all over, that have produced such excellent athletes, and not just athletes, but community leaders in sport. On Independence Day 2022, we hosted something called Legends of Sport, where we honored 3 distinguished sports people in our community. One of those was the former Barbados footballer, Daisy Clark. I've spoken about it before. And as a part of that event, we also had the privilege of having the old veterans against some of the youngsters. And that was a joy to behold. But I start in this area of community sporting leaders, sir, because I want to talk about the bread and butter issues. I want to talk about the things that I see when I walk up and down the gaps in Carrington Village and in Britons Hill, when I go on the pasta in Gully Hill and in Valerie. I want to talk about those things because I do not think that we can get to the moonshots in this paper. I don't think that we can continue to target excellence if we do not address these things. The dreams of little girls and little boys to represent their country or represent their region at the highest level of sport those dreams start in communities. And I feel that investment in sport at the community level still has a lot of gaps. And I perceive that the Sports Council is trying very hard. Sometimes we believe that when we identify certain shortcomings or gaps, that it is a necessary criticism on an institution. It is not. It is really just an acknowledgement that perhaps we need more resources or to organize our resources in a particular way. I start talking about community sporting leaders, sir, because I believe that when the Barbados Labour Party government came to service in 2018, we had certain very basic targets with respect to sports and communities. One of those targets was to improve the engagement of community people with the sporting facilities and with the direction of sport in their communities. One of those targets was to make sure that when it comes to the administration of pavilions and sporting centers and sporting facilities, that people from the community, not as an individual, but as a group of people who come together and make decisions, that they would help carry some of the responsibility and therefore some of the accountability for how those pavilions and sporting facilities are being used. The Honourable Member for St. John and I speak very often. One of the reasons that we speak so often is that I often have to act as a bit of a go-between, as does he. When members of the community sporting leaders recognized, established in their communities, have concerns of the most basic kind about the upkeep of sporting facilities in their communities. I feel like it's time to get past this point. I know that the Sports Council has the best intentions to see sport develop. I wonder if they have enough resources and the kind of flexibility in the structure that will allow them to be very responsive when these requests are made. Or even if there's a way to make these requests that is more automatic, that means that a few designated community leaders might be able to have very quick access to some kind of request system within the council, so that these things need not occupy the attention of me or of the Minister of Sport, but that people can go directly to the source, have conversations, and get things done for their communities. We've come here year after year in the estimates of revenue and expenditure to talk about things like how long pavilions are open and for what purpose. Talked about things like the upkeep of grounds and so on. And I heard someone, I think it was a member for St. George South, talk about the fact that football should be happening across all of the sporting grounds in Barbados. I could not agree more. In fact, a lot of BFA football is happening in Valerie. And that is because that ground has become a bit of a fallback position in a situation where perhaps the best planning has not taken place at the level of the association to make sure that grounds are always ready and prepared for a tournament the size and the scale and the scope of a BFA Premier League. It is an immense undertaking. And so when I hear about the $20,000 going to sporting federations, when I hear about the fact that we want to have football taking place in communities across grounds, then it suggests to me that these federations need to similarly be investing in the upkeep of these facilities alongside the Sports Council, so that there needs to be a kind of a framework, of an understanding, of a collaboration between the Sports Council and these associations and these federations to make sure that we're all on the same page. I hear my friend, the Honourable Minister, when he says that surely the question of having cracks, for example, in the football pitch is a function of drought, which is a function of climate change. But sir, I just picked up my phone and saw that the Honourable Member for Christchurch East, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East and his team are about to have a press briefing to talk about how the country is going to prepare for the upcoming hurricane season. We knew it was coming. We knew the hurricane season would be upon us. We are planning similarly for all kinds of eventualities related to the climate crisis. And while we understand that something like drought is out of our hands, we have to prepare. We have to build resilience into the system such that the sporting grounds that we're going to be using during the summer for a Premier League that is running to August, and then I'm sure if Britain's Hill has its way, then we would have a Masters tournament running from August to October. I'm saying that there are some things for which we must prepare, because guess what? Football is not going to stop because there are cracks in the field. And so I must thank the Honourable Minister and his team for helping me as a Member of Parliament to carry out a very intricate operation with the filling, literally the filling of the cracks in the pitch at Valerie. I have to similarly thank the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central. This is a very delicate, intricate operation, sir, for making sure that these young men and women who work on the upkeep of the surroundings as part of the team that works with the NCC were also deployed on a day that they didn't have to work, might I add, to be able to come together and take some of that mold and fill in those cracks so that football could continue. I have a pair of football socks, sir, that say down the side, football is life. Football is life. Many, well, the honorable member saying sport is life. I got to talk with the ones I know about. But I will tell you that many of our communities feel that netball is life. And he called her name, so I believe that I have your leave to call it as well. LaTonya Blackman, who the Honourable Minister member for St. John spoke about, who was the Barbados Olympic Association female, I don't say female, woman sports person of the year some time back. One of the best athletes this country has ever seen is from Valerie in Britons Hill. So netball is life because she's a top netballer. Cricket is life, as is football. But I want us to understand that there are certain ways in which people organize the way they live. For a lot of young people, there was a time in my life when it was the same for me. As soon as I could get outside to run boat, to kick out a football, I was out there. And so that is what your life is propelled towards. That is all you see, that is all you want. You believe that if you could manage to run faster, strike more accurately, that your life will get better. And it is that simple. And so I say all that to say that I would like to see us build the resilience and the preparation of pitches and the preparation of sporting facilities into our planning. Because people are going to go out there, as the Honourable Member for St. Peter mentioned earlier, and they are going to engage in the things that give them life, the choices that they have made for how they live. And I would really like to see us keep to that promise that we outlined when we came to service in 2018, that communities need to drive their sporting activity. They need to be in the driver's seat. They need to be helping to make the decisions. There are people in Carrington Village, in Britons Hill, in Bannisterland and Delamereland, who, and as I talk, I'm seeing their faces, I'm hearing their names. They are the ones who are driving action in their communities, and they need to have a line to the decision makers at the Sports Council, at the Ministry of Sport, because they have very honest and important requests. But beyond that, the system that we described, where we would have the community have access to the pavilions, that we would have activities that go beyond the 8 to 4:30, for which people engaged by the Sports Council to manage those facilities are employed, that we need to come up with a system where if we have activities that we are planning for beyond those hours, that the pavilion is open. I also have to support the comments of the Honourable Member for St. Peter, who talked about the financial burden of simply hosting an event on grounds that for all intents and purposes belong to the community. And so if I am hosting an event at a pavilion and I have to pay insurance, and I'm also paying the Sports Council, then I'm not sure what those resources that I'm paying the Sports Council are meant to cover. Because I don't think that a community should have to rent its own facility. And I understand that there may be a user fee model, but I think that we have to consider on whom we are placing this burden. Because often, the people who can least afford it and who stand to benefit the greatest are the ones who are being asked to shoulder this cost. Sir, I see that as I mentioned, the federations are meant to receive $20,000. I wonder, to be quite honest with you, the extent to which these resources will reach communities that need them. I don't know if that is the intent. But I would say that community organizations, grassroots community-based organizations, are perhaps the ones who need resources more than established and structured sporting federations. Now, I would not want to take food out of another woman's or man's mouth. I don't object to federations receiving money from the government. But when I think of the people in communities who are trying their hardest and struggling to get a couple dollars together to make sure that young people can benefit, they are the ones with the bigger gap to fill, I would say. The matter of gear, equipment, and so on being made available to young people, you know, I really think that, and as I mentioned, I really got to focus on bread and butter issues today. Because while government builds out its sporting program in schools, what I observe is that there's more sporting activity and demand at the community level than there is within a school between the hours of 8 and 3 o'clock. That's really what I observe from where I sit. There's a certain extent to which, and sporting and school teams are excellent. But if you don't get into a household and a community to give a young person confidence in terms of what they eat, what they're able to afford to eat, confidence in terms of the gear that they have to practice in, because goodness knows that when I was at school, you have to show up to practice feeling a certain way, looking a certain way. And so being able to get gear and other equipment into the hands, into the homes, on the backs and on the feet of young people is extremely important. I see, and I stick to football because it's the sport I know better than any other. I see the private clubs do their best to be able to do the kind of training that children need. But the truth is, you know, when I was growing up, I had a lot of activities that I did, and they all had one thing in common: they were free. Because my parents could not pay to send me to the fancy ones. People ask me where did I learn to swim, and I tell them combined schools. Combined schools, you know what combined schools was? Combined schools was all of the children who showed up at the aquatic center that didn't have enough money to pay for the private clubs. And there was a gentleman who used to see these little children, or some that he met who he felt could have some talent. And he said, all right, I'm gonna put all y'all together and call y'all combined schools, because y'all go to school somewhere. And that was how we were able to learn to swim without paying any money. And so I think that it is important to get resources into communities. And I see that there is still a gap, that there is still a struggle. I also think that the governance that we see in sporting federations needs some attention. The governance that we see needs some attention. And while we invest in those associations, and while we lean on them or align with them to help us execute government's mandate, we have to ensure that our values are aligned and that the way that we want to operate, that is also aligned, that we have common goals, that we have common transparency, and that we are able to get back to some of the basics of what young people need in order to thrive. You know, I hear us all talking about time for athletes away from work. It has come out as a very strong admonition from almost every member who has gone to their feet today. And it has always been a vexing issue. But I think that perhaps we need to go beyond the finger wagging, and we need to establish some norms and a structure for how this thing is to happen. Sir, there was a time in which I used to do a lot of personal training and teach a lot of classes in gyms and that kind of thing. And one year, we entered the World Aerobics Championship. Now, it sounds real pretty, right? Anything could call itself that. Lots of competitions sound very lofty. I'm not saying it wasn't a reputable competition. It would not be associated with anything less. But we entered a team. The requirements to enter as a national team, I didn't have any government didn't need to sign off for me to call myself a national team. I don't even want to call the young lady, make reference to the young lady, because we didn't have a prior conversation that I would do this. But there were some people that I trained with and fellow instructors at gyms that we decided we were good at this thing and we were going to enter the World Aerobics Championships. And we went and we medaled and we came back and we were able to report that we got a medal in this thing. Nobody knew that we were going anywhere. It was not an officially prepared for kind of event. I say that to say that having teams represent Barbados in a way that is recognized, in a way that is signed off on, all calls for more than just telling the private sector, you must give athletes time to compete and time to train. A lot depends, first of all, on the seasonality of the competition, how long one must train, where one must train, and I agree that there should be requirements. But I think that that calls for a conversation, and I'll tell you why. I have a friend who runs a garage. At one point, he had 6 cricketers. 6 cricketers working in his garage. Now, everybody has to train and everybody has to compete. And obviously, this is an anomaly. It's not something that happens everywhere. I give you a kind of an absurd scenario to say that there's flexibility that has to come into the private sector in different ways in order to allow the flexibility for sports training and competition to take place. We tend to have a very rigid system in the private sector. We say that commerce should happen between these hours. We say that people must have lunch between these hours. People must have vacation at this time. I'm just saying that rather than have this as simply warning and threatening the private sector, perhaps what we need is a conversation that allows for a more flexible framework, that allows us to understand what is it that companies need in order to be able to release athletes for certain sports at certain times. I align myself with the notion that it is not right that athletes competing at the highest level should live in fear of losing their lucrative employment. I agree. I wonder if we have had extensive consultations with those in the private sector who have to make these decisions so that they understand what is needed, what is the support that they have to be able to do this. Let us make sure that we go beyond simply telling people that they have to do something, and let us give them the wherewithal, if we have not yet done so, to be able to do that. So similarly, on the issue of duty-free concessions, and this is really an appeal for clarification perhaps in his closing, the Honourable Member for St. John said that there would also be some attempt to engage the federations. Right now, these requests come through the Sports Council, and that an attempt would be made to engage the federations, perhaps as helping to be a decision maker, an arbiter, or in that process in some way. Again, let us ensure that the governance is right. and that if there are such requests coming through private federations and associations, that everybody is clear about the rules around duty-free concessions and so on for these kinds of issues. I support the honourable member's explanation about the sports in which government will invest more heavily as against those which from time to time people will choose because of individual interests. I think that's important. I think it's important to understand that one day, and this happens often now these days, and I credit this leadership in the area of sports for this. Every now and then, because I have a bit of a habit when it comes to sport, which is that anything that is remotely sporting, I seem to find myself reading everything about and making sure that I know exactly what is going on, especially in Barbados. And I saw that there was a team that did well at the beach wrestling competition, and I thought, beach wrestling? Oh, that's new. And I realized that there are lots of individuals who are finding a niche and feeling quite free and happy to explore that. That is not to say that the government or the Ministry of Sport or the Sports Council will be able to invest heavily in the sport of beach wrestling. There's a thing that happens among us as Bajans where when we see one of our own excel in some way, we think that government should have had a hand in it. That's not necessarily the case. I think that we have to make a distinction between the sports that, as the minister said, because of the mass-based appeal and access, that we will continue to invest heavily in, and then there are sports that people may just choose because they have an interest, like archery and fencing and some of those very interesting things that people may just decide seems interesting, and they will decide that they would go ahead and try their hand at it, and they may find the investment potential within their family, within the private sector, within their community. But I think it's important to show in the emerging sports policy exactly what is the nature of the investment that will go into each of these sports to allow us to develop athletes at the highest level. We talk a lot about regional cooperation. And I don't think that every Caribbean country has to have the potential or the capacity to produce world-class sprinters. I don't think that every Caribbean country has to have its own developmental path on island to be able to produce a Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price or a Usain Bolt or any of the, or Andrea Blackett. I think that we have to be able to find, and I heard the minister allude to it in his opening, we have to be able to find a happy cooperation at the regional level where the countries that have distinguished themselves as being able to develop certain sporting talent because of their investment that they have made, that we are able to help contribute to and benefit from that investment. We seem to believe that each of our little tiny islands must have on island the capacity to produce world-class athletes in 16 sports. It is not going to happen. We have to be able to partner with our sister and brother countries to say, listen, I see what you're doing in sprints. Barbados, we are developing some outstanding triathletes. We'll hold the triathletes, you hold the sprints, you hold the long jump and triple jump. There has to be that conversation because just like with so many other things, we cannot, with our size, be all things to all people. We have some basic commitments to meet when it comes to sport. One of those basic commitments is outlined in this green paper, which is to make sure that sport is accessible to all. Every child must be able to adopt and learn the value and the discipline of some sport that they choose. We have to invest there. We won't then similarly be able to invest in making sure that we have world-class athletes at every sport, from beach wrestling to curling to whatever else people determine. Curling is an Olympic sport, I believe. But we have to be able to choose some winners. And we have to be able to make sure that we don't put all of our resources into wanting to make podium, because we have sport investment to make at a lower level so that our reach is wider. I will close, sir, on this. I understand how we feel as Barbadians when we have the Shades and the Shanes and the Ryans and we identify with that blood, sweat, and tears. We want to be associated with it. We want to be able to say that we have put the millions behind them and that we have, given them everything from their hairstyle to their shoes to their... I understand that we want to be able to identify with that. And I think that in many cases, we should be able to say that we have made an investment in these people. But that investment looks like different things. It may be putting those young people in a good position to get a scholarship, and then making sure that, as one of the honourable members who spoke before me suggested, that their travel around the globe is made easy because we facilitate that process. It may be that we make sure that they get help, that we help them get sponsorship deals. It might be that, as the honourable member for St. James South was alluding to earlier, that we help develop the marketing potential and the marketing capacity here to be able to get them noticed in other places. It looks like different things. And so what I hope to see in a more detailed way in this policy is described what are those different things. What are those different careers in sport to which we might contribute, so that we may be able to help develop a marketing coordinator for the cricket team or for the swim team. But I think that we need to establish that it is not going to look like full state sponsorship behind every top athlete. We have to be flexible. We have to be able to find partnerships that work for us. We have to be able to be strategic at the level of the community. Because my concern is that while we target, as we should, some of these very ambitious, potential for economic development, as we should, that we are missing some of the key investments being made at the very grassroots level in children who if we leave things alone, if the market takes over, are not going to have some of these opportunities. Every time I walk around in my communities and I see, we're trying now, and I say this for the honourable members to hear, we're trying now to get some under-9, under-11, and under-13 football for girls and boys going in 2 communities, Brindisill and Carrington Village, at least to start. Road tennis in Bannisterland that already has the has some people there who can help with the coaching. But as I walk around and I see I went to see the under-9 player match at Kickstart the other day, and I saw this youngster. I came back and I told his father that if he were to be spotted by the right person, he could go so far. Now, that's just my say-so. I know a little bit about football. Just my say-so. But I am convinced that we could have the next Mbappe, we could have the next, I gradually say Messi, but that's a different conversation. we just don't know, because I don't think that we are as far out in communities as we need to be. And the final point I will make with respect to the issue of coaching and developing coaches, you know, there are so many people in our communities who pick up little children and show them a thing. Yeah? They like the sport, they like the children, they are not coaches. They could be. But what will happen is that if you go and bring in a coach now that you've rightly, duly prepared, and you send them into that community, they usurp that person's place. And I hope that the effort that we make first is to try and get those individuals interested in becoming certified coaches so that they can continue that relationship they have with those children and with that community. I always say that I hate to see little children learning foolishness, so I understand that certified coaches are important. But I want us to use the resources that we have, encourage some of those people who are already starting to play that role to continue to get certified, to train, so that they can stay close to their communities, and so that we can have a clear ecosystem, a clear structured approach to how we make sure that people are able to thrive in their communities. I spend a lot of time in the last...
As 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. I spent a lot of time in the last 28 minutes talking about young people.
Only 28?
I was taking that cue from
No,
you.
you just be careful.
I spent a lot of time in the last little while talking about young people. But I think it's important that all people feel that they have a contribution to make in their communities. And I want to make sure that in this sports policy, that we cover these basics, that we truly make sport and sporting activity in Barbados something in which all can participate. And with those few words, sir, I support this resolution.
Honourable Member for St. Lucie.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise this evening hour to lend my voice in support of this resolution as we discuss the Green Paper on sports. Reimagining the future of sports, a vision for national sports for the next 10 years. And as I saw this document, Mr. Speaker, sir, I immediately walk with the Bible of this government, which is the manifesto. And our 2022 manifesto, Mr. Speaker, I make a document of this House, and I want to quote on page 29 in the sports section, just this one sentence, Mr. Speaker. The Barbados Labour Party will give new impetus to the sports sector in Barbados to provide communities a real stake and ownership in the development of sports and to ensure sports generate revenues for the communities, young people, and sports persons, and proceeds to outline 10 bullet points how this will be done. Mr. Speaker, today the process to fulfill this manifesto promise has begun. Mr. Speaker, I would also, and a lot has been said in relation to community sports, but I want to look into and to phrase my speech, Mr. Speaker, on point on page 1952 the values of this policy. And anytime, Mr. Speaker, that you are implementing any policy and any of these values are omitted, then somewhere down the road you will have problems. And I want to commend my friend and the honourable member for St. John, under whose portfolio this policy would fall, to really put in great thought into what is written here in this document. And I am sure, Mr. Speaker, that we will follow carefully line by line, Mr. Speaker, page by page, what is written here. And if you start at the base, Mr. Speaker, it says in Figure 1, the pyramid of policy value, inclusiveness and accessibility. And that is absolutely important. Everyone must feel that they are a part. Everyone must feel that they have an opportunity, from the smallest child to the biggest adult, Mr. Speaker, that they have a policy. You must feel, Mr. Speaker, that this policy includes you. Even if you are in a master's tournament, I must feel the same way, that we are not too old, Mr. Speaker, to participate and to be covered by this policy, Mr. Speaker.
I remember, because if the minister can play and certain other people could play, surely we can also play.
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you for that support. We're all included, Mr. Speaker. And then it says fair play, respect, and ethical behavior. Another tenet, Mr. Speaker, which is absolutely important. Nobody must be treated differently. So again, Mr. Speaker, we must not be treated because we may be above the halfway score. We must be treated different to somebody that may be 25. The same rules, we may not be able, and we must understand that. We may not be as agile as they are, but surely we must be covered in the same way, Mr. Speaker. Discipline, dedication, that is what is important, and we have a role to play, you know, because having competed and participated in sports yesteryear, when I was at the university on the hill in St. Peter.
Be careful, honourable member. Continue, but be careful. You are on sacred ground. There's only one honourable member. Has never moved from Waterford. Continue, honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, while I understand that, I am absolutely sure where I attended, Mr. Speaker, there was none better than that. So I would have to call that the university on the hill, because you can only learn from the hill, not in the valley. I was an athlete, Mr. Speaker. Let me make my point. I believe that you would want me to make such a point, Mr. Speaker. I cannot speak of your potential or your history in that regard, but I was an athlete, Mr. Speaker, at my alma mater, College and Parry, yes. And, Mr. Speaker, it was absolutely important. You had to be disciplined. Because the reason why, and we have to say this to all sportsmen and women, if you want to reach the top of excellence, you have to be disciplined and dedicated. In other words, you have to attend your practice sessions, you have to do your training, you have to be on time. All those things make up. It is not just performing or just participating in the sport. All those things, Mr. Speaker, make up and would lead to you being an excellent athlete in whatever discipline you choose. And these are one of the policy values of this document. Empowerment. You're being empowered, and no one wants to place funds, etc., behind somebody that would be failing. That is a known fact. If you go around and you speak to sponsors, etc., they are more likely, not that necessarily it may be the right thing to do, but they are more likely to put their funds behind a winning team or a winning athlete than they would be to put behind one who may appear to be failing. It is not necessarily the right thing, because everybody needs the help to be what, to achieve and to gain that potential which they have, Mr. Speaker. And then we talk about excellence. Excellence does not come by words. Excellence does not come by somebody wishing it for you. Excellence comes by hard work and determination and dedication. And Mr. Speaker, I am somewhat concerned as I look around Barbados today across various communities, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central before me, and the Honourable Member for St. Peter, which I'm going to be actually quoting and leaning from their speech this evening, because essentially that is what it is all about. Mr. Speaker, as you look into various communities and villages across this country, for the most part, you miss and you do not see the kind of training and the kind of interaction among our young people as we used to have when we were growing up. The village cricket, Mr. Speaker, for the most part, the road tennis, the scrimmaging on the football field, especially when the rain fall, and the slide tackle, that crafted your game, Mr. Speaker. That saw you excelling and being what you were at the point in time, because there was a lot of practice and determination and dedication. Persons gathered, and you did not hear, Mr. Speaker, of a lot of the things that we hear now. So the policy is right on target. The policy is right on target, Mr. Speaker, with respect to building community cohesion, pulling communities together, getting rid of the time, Mr. Speaker, that people have to think. Instead of having that free time to think, violence and those kind of things, that time is occupied through exercising not just only your body, your mind, because it is also a mind thing. You don't just go to play. You have to think about what you're doing. You're thinking about where you want to go, and as we see it, the role you play in a football game. Mr. Speaker, you got the left back, you got the right back, you got the forwards, Mr. Speaker. You got these things, so everybody has to know where their role is and have to fit in their role. So they have to be thinking about what they're doing, because if you want to be a professional footballer, you don't want to go out there, Mr. Speaker, and play foolishness and cause your team to lose. You want to go out there and be the best that you can be, knowing that perhaps somewhere along the line, someone is on the sidelines watching and could call you or could come and sign, and this is where we have to get to sign a contract to go higher and go better places than where you are, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I quickly want to highlight for us within this sports policy. We have a lot of professionals, a lot of great sportsmen and women, whether it is cricket, persons like Sir Gordon and Sir Desmond, whether it is basketball, like Ear Seeley, those persons. You know, we have, Mr. Speaker, a lot of sportsmen and women who have now retired from that sport. And I want to suggest that we find in developing our young sportsmen and women today, persons in the school, we have Hendy Bryan, former West Indies player from my constituency, Mr. Speaker. You have to find roles for these players. If you look at Barbados cricket today, and see where we are. You look at West Indies cricket and see where it is. And you recognize that this sport and these teams as they're presently constituted, Mr. Speaker, or the place where they're at, let me be more specific in that regard. The place where they're at, they have not just arrived at that place by chance. It is because of what we perhaps have not done. And if we are to get back to the place where we were as a Barbados team, dominating Caribbean cricket, as a West Indies team, dominating world cricket, and any other sports for that matter, we have to utilize our former great players to be part of a policy like this, Mr. Speaker. To be part of a policy like this where they are involved in training our young people, training them in all these sports in which they were top of the line players. I say, Mr. Speaker, about 2 weeks ago, I was in the company of Sir Gordon and Sir Desmond, Mr. Speaker, and we had a conversation in relation to where Barbados is and where West Indies is today. And there is a role, Mr. Speaker, for these persons. And I want us as a country to utilize who you have, who are available and would be happy to make themselves available, Mr. Speaker, to participate and to train our young people, inculcate the right values and the right techniques and so on in these persons. Mr. Speaker, sir, the honourable member for St. Peter, my neighbour and friend, Mr. Speaker, he perhaps gave the speech where we can each take a leaf from that book. And we understand it was placed in clear perspective of where clubs and teams and persons were as we look to build and establish this sports policy. The support required for clubs, the administration that needs help, the administration of those clubs. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that in your constituency, that you are familiar with clubs which are struggling, where there are problems, and where in some instances one set of people believe that it belongs to them, that they have the inherent right to run and to do this and nobody else should have that right, etc. I'm in a constituency, Mr. Speaker, where at times people figure that they have a right to a pavilion or a community center, that it is then where the youngsters cannot get a chance. And this is where, Mr. Speaker, this policy must step in and take over. And whether it's the Sports Council or the ministry in itself, has to set a clear policy document, a clear roadmap as to how these centers and these facilities, Mr. Speaker, are going to be administered, how they are going to run, because the policy here says inclusiveness and accessibility. And therefore, from the little boy at Ignatius Bayer School must feel he have the right to go on Lord's pasture and scrimmage. The little girl, Mr. Speaker, at St. Lucie Primary must feel they have a right to go on the pasture, Mr. Speaker, and they can run around without persons hindering them. The persons in Crab Hill must feel and know that they have the right, Mr. Speaker, to go on North Star's pasture and that it is open to them. That is what this sports policy must also cover. Inclusiveness and accessibility. Not to destroy, Mr. Speaker, but of course to build, and for these youngsters to gain that skill and those skills necessary. How can our youngsters learn, Mr. Speaker? And sometimes they don't think that we seem to get it. As adults, we don't seem to get it. We seem to live in the day when two adults come, or when your neighbor come by your mother's house. You were told, go in the back, go from here, go in the back, nobody ain't talking to you. But Mr. Speaker, today, somebody got to talk to all young people. All young people must become part and parcel of the development of what is happening in Barbados. And who's best to learn from? From us adults who would have had the experience, who would have gone through the hornpipe, who would know, Mr. Speaker, to give that kind of guidance. That is why we are allowing, if we don't do that, we will allow our young people to run to ruin, Mr. Speaker, because they don't have opportunity. This policy, Mr. Speaker, gives them that right. And it's clear-cut. It's clear-cut in how they must be involved. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming home now to a few basic points. I have, and I mentioned this to the Honourable Minister, I have a ground in the east of the constituency, Mr. Speaker, named after one of the three famous W's, Mr. Speaker. Not the three famous W, sorry. One of the great fast bowlers of the 1960s, the Griffith and Hall. You hear about Sir Wes Hall, and you hear about Charlie Griffith. Well, at the Charlie Griffith Center, Mr. Speaker, a fantastic ground, one of the best grounds, not just in St. Lucie, even includes St. Peter and St. James, one of the best grounds in the northern section of Barbados, Mr. Speaker. But that facility today stands without lights. So certain things have to stop at a certain time. And I have mentioned it to the Honourable Minister, and I record what my neighbor from St. Peter, the honourable member of St. Peter, would say. The person, the residents and constituents of St. Lucie, Eastern St. Lucie, have asked me to say this on their behalf. We need some lights at Lord's, Mr. Speaker. And I am sure the honourable member will, at the appropriate point in time, not far from now, give that direction within the National Sports Council so that we will be able, the people in the East, like the people at Chaka Hall that can use the courts there and the pasture there any time of the evening and late into the night, that the people of the East will be able to do something similar, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned Chaka Hall, and I want to say this. I'm a person, I've always been, that move around from time to time with my teams. If I'm aware that Youth Milan is playing generally football, Mr. Speaker, I make sure that I did it before I was MP, I still do it, and I support. But it pains me, Mr. Speaker, that at this point in time, Milan, the team is going through a rebuilding phase, a difficult time, Mr. Speaker. And the team needs all the support that it can get. And it pains me, Mr. Speaker, an honourable member for St. John, I'm sure, and I want you to take note of this, that their home matches are now scheduled for Spicestown. The honourable member for St. Peter is my friend. But when it comes to that, Mr. Speaker, I want his ground to be his ground, and I want my ground at Chaka Hall sorted out. The cracks are wide as Cave Hill. And they can't play there because somebody will get injured. Honourable Minister, I ask you kindly, I've been sent with this another message, so I gave you two messages, just two, that we need the regrading at Chaka Hall. A team going through difficulties wants all the support from its fans as it can get. And while some will travel to Spicestown, the majority will wait to hear the result of the game. I travel when they're playing, as long as I'm aware. I make sure that I go, and my presence, at least they see that I come out to support. And I want to be able to go to their stomping ground at Chaka Hall with a newly regraded field in the not too distant future, Mr. Speaker, to give them support and watch the team rebuild. So we talk about road tennis. There are not many, there are about 2 road tennis courts in St. Lucie, one at Chaka Hall and one in Allendale. We don't have one in the east at the same Charlie Griffith Center, and I let you know, and we will have a conversation, honourable member for St. John, where this is concerned, because we got to build our young people. And the one thing that I would not want is that road tennis, which is our indigenous sport, be taken over because there are people that come, they got some people that can copy good, you know? They got some people that can copy good. They come watch you copy and take the copyright and they go on with your sport. And we cannot allow that to happen. I am sure, and I will work as close as I can with the honourable member for St. John, my good friend and parliamentary colleague, to ensure that this does not happen. Sir, I want to congratulate you for leading this charge at this point in time, and I look forward, Mr. Speaker, not just further debate, but as this policy is developed and we've tabled the green paper, and as the white paper is developed based on the different consultations and so on, and comes to pass, I want to assure you of my support as a member of Parliament, and I want to assure you as well, I believe the Sporting Barbados will be behind you once we get this policy in place. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch, West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't be there by the House much more than is anticipated this evening, but just to say that I would like to associate myself closely with the comments thus far on the green paper that speaks to our policy for our national sports. And equally, I would like to give my unreserved support to the minister who is now responsible for leading this charge, the Minister of Sports, who is certainly not making sport as it relates to sporting activity in Barbados. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, because I want to locate my conversation today on the section that deals, the action point 61, that deals specifically with the maintaining the integrity of our sports in Barbados. And it really speaks to the anti-doping, and you know there are plans in place to have an anti-doping bill which will help protect our athletes. Mr. Speaker, sports and drug use have unfortunately bedeviled sportsmen across the world. Not limited to Barbados, of course. It is as serious, Mr. Speaker, as an athlete being injured and can't participate. Mr. Speaker, can destroy, devastate, and derail an athlete who is poised for glory. The use of drugs in sports, inadvertently or otherwise. And Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to commend the head of our National Anti-Doping Commission, none other than Dr. Adrian Lord, who sometimes was that lone voice in the wilderness, who brought a level of awareness about drug use so that our athletes can start being mindful of the issues associated with it and start preparing themselves so that when they go to international meets, they will not suffer the embarrassment of being tested positive for banned drugs or bad substances. He must be commended because I have heard his voice all across Barbados, putting systems and structures in place to ensure that there are, one, testing systems, and two, that the knowledge and education as it relates to our athletes, that information was always available so that we can have our athletes being made aware of these situations. Mr. Speaker, sir, and when there's a product, a drug, becomes a concern for the World Anti-Doping Agency, when does it become a concern? When do we recognize that there is an issue? Mr. Speaker? And sir, when that drug or substance or product has the potential to enhance performance, when it is a risk to the health of the athlete, or when it brings the sport or the spirit of the sport into disrepute. In simple words, Mr. Speaker, if it violates the good spirit of the sport. And that is what Dr. Lord and those associated with the National Anti-Doping Commission, that is what they were trying to do for a number of years now, to protect the integrity of the sport and, by extension, the integrity of our country. And I say that we could not pay enough accolades on the efforts of Dr. Lord and that entire team, because it's important for our athletes to understand the effects of using the wrong thing. And sometimes not only athletes, Mr. Speaker, sir, because the conversation must be elasticized. The parents of the athletes, Mr. Speaker, they too must be aware of the drugs, the substances, those which are banned, those which are subject to scrutiny, food products, nutrients, vitamins, you name it. The parents, the coaches, former athletes, any person associated with the growth and development of an athlete should be mindful of these products or drugs that are banned by the World Anti-Doping Agency. It is as simple as that. If you are associated with an athlete, it's incumbent on you to be aware of these products. It is incumbent on you to ensure that the athlete is also aware of these products or substances. And Mr. Speaker, there is a list that is published by the World Anti-Doping Agency, a prohibited list. There are products, drugs, substances are added yearly. I'm sorry, not yearly. I don't know if it's yearly, but they are added, and the list is updated as need be. Mr. Speaker, the prohibited list, and sometimes it goes in various categories, but it's 0 to 9. It has a list of anabolic agents, which will include steroids as we know it. You've always heard about the ban of steroids and how much athletes have been subject to shame and disgrace because of the use of steroids and anabolic agents. Hormones, Mr. Speaker, another problem. Banned, of course, the beta agonist. And there are a lot of athletes who use these drugs for medical conditions. They may not even be aware that the asthmatic medication they're taking has an agonist in it that is banned. Mr. Speaker, diuretics. You've often heard about diuretics and masking agents being used by athletes. This is a very popular one across Barbados, a banned substance. And I'm saying that these drugs may be used to treat underlying conditions, but the athletes need to be aware so that this information could be shared with coaches and doctors and persons who are responsible for ensuring that they are successful at what they do. Mr. Speaker, the manipulation of blood and components, building blood cells and blood capacity, banned as far as the water is concerned. The chemical and physical changing and manipulation of samples, all those things, Mr. Speaker, banned again by water. Stimulants. And we have often heard about the methamphetamines being used by persons, again, a bad substance as it relates to the rules of WADA. Beta blockers. Some may want to ask the question, why would you consider a beta blocker as a banned substance? Mr. Speaker, there are certain sports that persons would like to remain as calm as possible. Archery, darts, and others that require calming ability. And so, Mr. Speaker, athletes, not so much here in Barbados, because we don't hear about these things happening to a wide extent here, but some athletes in certain parts of the world use these types of drugs. And I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, that some of these drugs are used to treat hypertension and other heart conditions. So it is important, again, for athletes, especially those who want to compete at the national and international level, to have these conversations with their doctors, their coaches, of course, their parents, and any person who they think they can share this information with. Well, I'm taking X medication because I have an underlying condition. This is not supposed to be a secret because it may be to your detriment. Narcotics, of course, Mr. Speaker, that is a given. Morphine, pethidine, those types of drugs, oxycodone. You know these things used a lot as painkillers in the area of dentistry, analgesics for pain. Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that these things may be used or prescribed for persons for severe injuries, but as I said, the discussion must be had where persons recognize that these drugs are banned by the World Anti-Doping Agencies. Mr. Speaker, cannabis. And we know how widespread its usage in Barbados is. This is not a secret by any stretch of imagination. A lot of our athletes, whether in football, cricket, whatever, are subject to urine tests, and sometimes, Mr. Speaker, they are positive for cannabinoids. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you're aware that there were incidents where the athlete unfortunately could not compete. So again, athletes must be aware of these things and how detrimental they are when they are caught in their urine as a positive test. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes it's just got to do with the type of sport that they're involved in. Because according to the categories, certain drugs may, and the levels of certain drugs may be allowed in certain sports, but not in others. So all these things require education, it requires training, it requires having that knowledge from doctors, persons, athletes, because this is an investment on self. And I am advising athletes, those who aspire to compete at any level, to start doing their own research to ensure that these drugs that are banned don't find themselves in your system, inadvertently or otherwise. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of non-prescribed drugs which can cause problems as well. Those found in food products, those found, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, in nutrients and supplements. That is why reading the label becomes important. That is why athletes, again, must always have that quiet consultation with persons that they trust, their doctors, the sports therapists, their parents, and all those involved in ensuring that the success of the athlete. Because they may be using over-the-counter products, they may be using certain foods that contain certain banned substances. So their entire diet is essential in ensuring the success of the athlete. And when I say it may be a case where an athlete, he or she, goes and train hard, they reach the qualification standards, they do everything that they're supposed to do to ensure that they put Barbados on the podium. But look sharp, Mr. Speaker, if I want to use a colloquial, their urine tests come back and they are positive for a drug that is banned. It may be something like caffeine, for instance. And according to the World Anti-Doping Agency, you just need about 12 micrograms a mil to be over the threshold. Something like that. It may be a chocolate bar that they use that contain a stimulant, an energy bar, Mr. Speaker, a vitamin, a nutrient, a mineral, anything that can cause the athlete to be subject to a ban because they use a prohibited substance. Mr. Speaker, I am calling and I'm happy that the Member of Parliament for St. John saw it fit to ensure that as part of this green paper, before it becomes a white paper, that there is a section that deals specifically with doping, that deals specifically with these products, supplements, nutrients that may come under the microscope of not only the National Anti-Doping Commission, but also the World Anti-Doping Agency, which is the governing body for all sports in the world. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is the seriousness that this what green paper speaks to. It speaks to ensuring that when there's a white paper policy on our national sports, that Barbadians actually can, with all certainty, get the right advice and education to ensure that there are not any discrepancies in terms of the products that they're used to cause them themselves embarrassment unnecessarily, and to cause them to be subject to bans and all other stipulations as it pertains to the World Anti-Doping Agency. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that sometimes we take for granted the use of certain products, foods, or diet, or supplements. Sometimes we just eat anything as we get it, not knowing the consequences of the active principles within those products. And I'm saying that it is high time now, and the Green Paper informs us that the ministry, obviously being championed by the minister himself, will be looking at these things in detail to ensure our athletes are given the best opportunities and the best information so that they can make informed decisions. I want to commend, Mr. Speaker, this Green Paper, and I want to say to the minister, he is on the right track, and as far as I'm concerned, there is a serious approach to sports in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged. Thank you.
Honourable St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this resolution laid in this Parliament by the Honourable Member for St. John, Minister of Sports, and to speak on a few aspects of the policy. It is a very all-embracing policy, sir, and it's a green paper, obviously, therefore, sir, is in draft. It isn't in final form, and we look forward to debating the white paper later on. And I am happy to have this opportunity, sir, to speak on sports, because to my recollection, it is the first time we've had a full debate on sports in this Parliament in my almost 10 and a half years in this House. I know that the last administration, the LP administration, spoke about having a draft national sports policy. I don't believe it was ever even approved by Cabinet, but it certainly never reached this Parliament for debate. So therefore I commend the Honourable Minister for Sports and his predecessor, the Honourable Member for St. George South, who would have had an input originally in this Green Paper. The issue, sir, of the correlation between sports and healthy living and well-being is so important to us as Barbadians of who we are at present. We all know the tremendous health challenges that many of our people, too large a percentage of our people, suffer on a daily basis in terms of non-communicable diseases, the diabetes, the hypertension, the challenges with heart problems, cardiovascular diseases, and sports and activity, physical activity, is accepted by all the experts as a means whereby the prevalence of these non-communicable diseases can be alleviated to a large extent. And therefore, we have to encourage our people in a Barbados where, as the statistics showed, I think a few months ago, that as many as 31% of our young children are obese, We have to encourage more sports development and participation in sports by all of our people. The paper speaks towards greater participation of sports at the community level, sir. And this is, again, all important because this is where a lot of our problems, our social challenges in this country lies, as has been said by contributors to this debate earlier, including the Honourable Member for the City, who has certainly part responsibility for the development of community programs which will lead towards crime prevention or lowering of crime in this country. And I think it is beyond argument or contention, sir, that development of sports in our communities and wholesome activities, recreational activities, will lead to lesser crime in this country. Because if you're involved in activities of sports, sir, and wholesome activities which are meaningful and which are enjoyable and which are physical, develop your body, your character, your whole well-being, your ability to teamwork, which disciplines you, sir, because sports too, yes, is about discipline and complying with the training programs and turning up on time, as we heard earlier, you're going to be less likely to be about the place shooting gun and dealing in illegal activities and using illegal drugs, sir, because illegal drug use and abuse only going to lessen your ability to be a top sportsman or an excellent sportsman, sir. So this is another reason why we have to promote sports development in this country, the cohesion it brings to all of our communities. All of us have communities in Barbados, all across Barbados, which are close-knit. Some of the members of Parliament here have housing areas. The majority of constituencies have housing areas, so I don't have that, but I have closely knit communities, in which sports development is important and has to be encouraged by those in policy making or legislative authoritative positions. The issue, sir, another pleasing aspect of this policy is its principal stance to create gender equality in terms of sports in this country, sir. And that was alluded to by the Honourable Member for St. Peter earlier. And that's very important, sir, because, I mean, there can't be any discrimination against women, against females in this country. And I commend the Honourable Minister for Sports, and I'm assuming it was a cabinet decision, sir. I commend cabinet for allowing tax concessions for the female cricketers of Barbados on the equipment and their other paraphernalia, sir, a few months ago. In fact, I must confess, I was surprised that we were in that position where, of course, the male national cricketers would be exempt from tax concessions, would be exempt from paying taxes, would be eligible for tax concessions on the equipment and paraphernalia related to their sports, but not the females. And because it was a long time ago, under the administration of the late Right Honourable Owen Arthur, member for St. Peter, that sportsmen got concessions for tax concessions on the equipment, etc. And so I really and truly assumed that the females had it too. Lo and behold, that wasn't so, and therefore that was an implementation of some aspect of this policy even before of course, it was brought to this Parliament, but obviously after it had been approved by the Cabinet last year. The importance of education and sports cannot be emphasized enough, that correlation. And we all know that the Honourable Member for St. Philip West is in the process of dealing with educational reform, long overdue educational reform, sir. And the statistics show that traditionally a lot of persons who were excellent sports persons in this country, top athletes, cricketers, footballers, were also very good academically. So that's a fact. And a healthy mind and a healthy body, sir. And therefore, we look forward to seeing an educational reform in this country where there is greater emphasis on drawing closer association and relationships between development of sports within the educational system, within the schools. So it happens obviously in terms of physical education and you know, schools, of course, having playing fields and tennis courts and other facilities for sports and activities, but we have to get this at more strategic levels, sir, because it is part of the excellence and the character of the young person that we are seeking to create in Barbados. This Barbadian young person who can go out into the world, any part of the world, and excel globally. And I imagine, sir, that after the education reform is concluded, that there will be specialist schools for sports, academies of excellence, which will specialize in sports and sports development as well, sir. Very important, sir, of course, as mentioned by the Honourable Member for St. Peter, is the policy statement in principle to include persons with disabilities at all levels in sports. And this is, I can't say it better than the Honourable Member said it today, so this is a matter of right, sir. This isn't something now that this Parliament or this country or administration will be given to persons with disabilities. This is their right as citizens of this country, sir. And I'm aware that a member from the other places, Senator Andrely Boyce, would have had a few meetings with representatives of the Honourable Minister's committee to fine-tune the disability sports aspect of this paper, sir, because at the time, of course, we were going through a national policy on disabilities, which I believe should be before Cabinet at the present time. And within that policy document, of course, is a specific mention of the creation of wider participation of persons with disabilities, including, of course, children with disabilities, in sports and recreational activities, and in the whole cultural and indeed every aspect of Barbados. And therefore, sir, we have to ensure, because it is all right to put this in words, sir, but implementing it and making it a reality is key. Therefore, we have to ensure accessibility of persons with disabilities to all sports facilities in this country. I know that when the committee, of which I had the honor to chair the committee to establish the commission to improve the lives of persons with disabilities, met with the Honourable Minister and his team in sports, his ministry and the National Sports Council, we were told that the older pavilions in this country and sports facilities, those that would have been built in the 1970s, for instance, or 80s, are not accessible in every way to persons with disabilities, to persons, for example, with immobilities, but that the newer facilities are. And so I suppose that's understandable. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities would have been formulated in 2006. Barbados signed on to it in 2007, sir. So in the 1970s and 80s, sir, as we know, people with disabilities, even globally, were not being treated or recognized by mainstream society as people who should be given full rights to participate in every aspect of life like anybody else. The first set of disabilities legislation would have come into force essentially in the early 1990s globally. We still don't have such legislation, sir. Hopefully this Parliament can debate it, as I've said before the end of the year. There's a draft Rights of Persons with Disabilities bill, sir, which again should be before Cabinet for consideration. Within that bill, in addition to accessibility, we are speaking of training improvement for persons with disabilities, improved training opportunities for persons with disabilities in sports, and of course that is key, sir, because you have to create that environment. You have to give the financial and technical resources for persons with disabilities, including young persons with disabilities, to be trained, to be able to fulfill their potential, sir, in this area and in their development. We also speak, sir, towards recognition, appropriate recognition for those persons with disabilities who excel in their areas of sports, and this is key. Not only recognition, to be truthful, for persons with disabilities who excel, but for persons who excel in sports, period, sir, but especially for persons with disabilities, sir, because this would increase their self-esteem, their confidence in themselves, their ability to believe that they can scale the world and achieve anything as best to their ability and their potential and talent, just like everybody else. And key to this, sir, as well, and within the draft bill is implementation of sports and physical fitness programs for persons with disabilities. This is going to, obviously, as was said earlier, take some financial resources, sir, but it is the right thing to do. So if we have to spend money making those facilities that were built in the 1970s and 80s accessible to persons with disabilities, sir, it's something that we have to do, sir, within the draft policy document. I believe we have that as a long-term plan. We know that can be done overnight, sir, within the first year of the implementation or the approval of the policy, because we know the times, sir, and the financial resources of government has to be spread around so that everybody could get a little piece. But the issue here is that development of sports for everyone, including persons with disabilities, is something that will be money well spent, sir, because such will give persons the opportunity who otherwise may not have had the opportunity to get national development scholarships. For instance, we know that some of our athletes do get scholarships on leaving school to go to the northern countries where sports development is at a higher level than ours, sir. And some of these persons use the opportunity, obviously, to get academic training and qualifications, sir. In fact, a former Barbados national athlete, young, career athlete, was in my house yesterday, a friend of my daughter's. So first time I met her, she got a scholarship to United States, was trained, works out there, seems to be doing very well, very good job, sir, through a scholarship. Indeed, sir, she went to your alma mater. So otherwise, I'm sure she would not have been able to go overseas to university in the United States. So this is the kind of opportunity that we have to give to our constituents, particularly those who are from lower economic backgrounds, who otherwise would not have been able to go overseas and study and develop their potential, both as sports persons and as intelligent persons, academics, to be able to get university degrees in the northern part of the world. And we owe them that, sir. So that's why this sports policy as well, what we are doing today and debating today, this resolution is so important. The professional opportunity, as I said, sir, is clear. The employment opportunity, too, of those in sports within Barbados now speaks for itself, sir. We know the amount of people, and I believe the Honourable Member for St. George South would have spoken on it today. The amount of persons, for example, who are involved in horse racing, the horse racing industry, the employment of persons in the horse racing industry, especially those who live around the garrison in St. Michael South and South Central, sir, is key. So I'm aware of that, sir, because one time I was being encouraged to buy shares in a horse, sir. So I used to go to horse racing then, sir, enjoy myself sometimes, and came to understand more the sociology of horse racing as it pertained to the average Barbadian, sir, especially, as I said, those who live near the garrison. Sports tourism, sir, as I said, money put into sports development in this country at community level will endure for the benefit of this country, because sports tourism has to be a key, sir, as we seek to enhance areas of our tourism product and indeed our whole economic development in this country. We have to create a greater environment for sports tourism. Of course, sir, the 2.5 odd years of COVID in the early part of this decade set us back tremendously in terms of our sports. We know that sports participation was banned for significant part of the COVID trauma, sir, to try to prevent the spread of COVID. But we all remember the time, especially like now, summer coming up, sir, we used to have some extensive hockey tournaments, for example, at the Wildy Complex. Sports teams coming in from other CARICOM countries and further afield and playing. And of course, we know of teams, we've had historically teams from basketball teams, I believe, from United States coming down here and training during their winter, and cricket teams, for instance, because we have comparatively fine weather throughout the year. Don't mind, of course, we are about to embark on another hurricane season. So sports tourism has to be promoted. I could say, sir, I'm still a sportsman because I still try to play lawn tennis twice a week and occasionally go and run about the field at University of the West Indies, sir. But I've been playing lawn tennis for over a half century, was once a junior champion of Barbados. So I know, sir, of persons who bring teams from Canada, sir. I haven't asked your permission, sir, to call his name, but I'm speaking in a positive light. Former national lawn tennis player Lionel Lely, every year, he tries to bring, again, obviously COVID, there was no such tours, but again resumed this year, bringing Canadians down to Barbados for a couple weeks and playing at Paragon Tennis Club. And these are authentic tourists, sir, spending money, because they have to live in hotels, they have to buy food, they gain transportation, sir, they're enjoying some of the life of Barbados, sir. So all of this is part of the enhancement as well of our tourist product that we have to encourage. So I noticed that lawn tennis is not among the core sports that is being mentioned in this green paper as one of the sports which will be concentrated on, sir, and perhaps the Honourable Minister and the Ministry of Sports can relook at that aspect, sir, because if you understand the history of lawn tennis in Barbados, you would understand the development of people's move from a low economic bracket and being given the opportunity to achieve, sir. Because in the 1950s up to certainly the early part and even the latter part of the 1960s, lawn tennis was essentially exclusively a game played by the white population in this country and the middle to upper income black elite, sir. But in the 1970s, that started to change. And why, sir? Because young black boys who were poor, sir, from, for example, the Richmond area, Deacons area, used to go down at the harbor where they had tennis courts, sir. But you were saying Michael Mann, sir, and you older than me, sir.
Sidney Lopez was one of the
Sidney
first.
Lopez, sir,
Yes, sir.
of course.
Familiar.
Sidney Lopez, Lionel Eli, David Highland, sir. Speak positively. So I am not in breach of calling those names, sir. All born in lower economic circumstances, but they were ball boys. And at the harbor, sir, where the tennis used to be, before they had, long time, of course, before you had national courts at Wildy. And all of them developed, sir, and became top tennis players, national players, playing for Barbados, sir, and went on to earn income from it, sir. As I said, I spoke about Mr. Eli's position in Canada. He's a top tennis coach out there. We know Sidney Lopez, sir, of him and what he has done for tennis development in Barbados, sir. And, my children used to go to his camp, especially my son, who played tennis for Barbados youth, indeed, sir, when he was a teenager. So I would want to urge the Honourable Minister to look at including lawn tennis as a core area because of its historical significance, if only for that, at community level and for the development and the transition of people who were born poor to develop and achieve their full talents. And indeed, we have lawn tennis courts spread across many of the schools in Barbados. So it is played at the schools, it's accessible. And therefore, I would want to encourage that. And also as an area which can increase our sports tourism with, as I said, people coming in from North America. And I'm telling you, sir, those who do come really look forward every year to coming and enjoying a couple of weeks in our country. The issue, of course, of of road tennis, sir, our only indigenous sport, as we've heard, and as we all know, sir, a game that I used to play a lot of when I was a teenager, sir. There was a tennis court at the house opposite me, sir. I would come home in the afternoon and we would play tennis. I played road tennis all about St. Michael's, sir, in the Pine in Lodge Hill, sir. Fantastic sport, and that sport developed essentially, sir, because people from the lower economic group couldn't really afford, the lawn tennis rackets. So, yes, even now. So therefore, of course, road tennis is an inexpensive sport, sir, and it has to be encouraged at all levels. I know the issue has come up as to patenting it. The Honourable Member for St. Peter spoke in that regard, and I know, I believe the Honourable Member for St. Michael North is looking at that, I believe, the issue of property intellectualizing road tennis globally, so that we will have rights over it as part of our culture and our development, sir. In my constituency, we have road tennis courts at Sign Hill and Roadview. A lot of road tennis is played down in Roadview. I was happy to be able to associate myself in terms of sponsorship with the tournament that was played in Roadview for our last independence, sir. We have court in Western again, and certainly I look forward to greater development of that sport. Cricket, though, of course, is our main core group, sir. And, the issue is we have to, I think, find out why it is that these days we are still excelling, both as a country and in terms of a region, West Indies, at youth level in terms of cricket. When our cricketers are 14, 15, 16, they're still doing very well in these international tournaments, but that we're struggling, at the senior level, sir. And the Honourable Prime Minister, in her budget speech last year, remember speaking about trying to focus in on our core traditional areas of excellence, the Ramsar and cricket. And I would therefore expect that the Honourable Minister will put all his acumen and resources behind strategically looking at why we're falling behind at senior level in cricket, as I said, both nationally and globally within the last few decades after reaching the pinnacle, sir. I mean, sir, we all know, right excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, national hero, sir, was the most famous Barbadian globally. That is a fact. Until, again, probably the right excellent Rihanna came along. She's, I would think, the most famous Barbadian now. I go places in Africa, sir. Some people never heard of Barbados before now, sir. They know of Barbados now, largely because of the esteem in which the Honourable Prime Minister is held. But 15, 20 years ago, a lot of people never heard of Barbados, but they heard of Sir Gary Sobers, though. I remember going to Kenya, a time Nairobi. The Honourable Minister of Home Affairs was with me on that trip, and the Honourable Attorney General. The three of us were there at a Commonwealth Law Conference, and going in a restaurant in Nairobi and seeing Sir Gary's picture up. And I felt good, sir, real good as a Barbadian. So cricket is what, to a large extent, Barbados was identified with, sir. Excellence of the Barbadian being, sir. And we have to do all that is possible as a government, as a political directorate, to try and assist that.
Your Honourable Member has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. I couldn't, 2 quick points, sir. I have to, before I sit down, sir, plead for mini stadia in my constituency, sir. the reality of St. James North, even though it's you say it on the Gold Coast and all of that, sir, the fact is that there is no playground facility, no sports facility on the coast, sir. There's no sports facility between Trent, which is on the outskirts of the constituency, in St. James Central, and Speightstown, sir, which has a lovely playing field, sir. None. It's a challenge, I know, sir. There has been agreement in principle to put mini stadia whereby you can play some basketball, netball, sir, volleyball by Western, sir. And I want to urge the Honourable Minister to see that through. The Honourable Member went with me last year to that area, and it will be part of the development of Western, because the fact is that you need sports facilities, and in a highly populated area, right through the coast of St. James North, there's no such facility, sir. And then the issue of protection of employees from unfair dismissal, where they are seeking to develop their sporting talents, sir. We know that under the Employment Rights Act, I think it is Section 30, a dismissal would be unfair where the employer dismisses the employee for his participation in sports, where it is part of his national duties, performing at national or international duty or regional duty, sir. So that's covered, but it is not covered where, let's say, an employee asks for time to go and play, or even to train, sir, to play in local sports, sir. And it is up to the goodwill and the moral suasion of the employee, but it's not a legal right in that case. And I would want to urge employers, corporate Barbados, to cooperate, sir, because ultimately it's for the good of their company, sir, to say that they have employees who are representing at higher level or who are being given the opportunity to represent at higher level. But it also creates for a more wholesome employee when that happens. Indeed, sir, there needs to be greater involvement of corporate Barbados in the development of sports, sir, because it is for the good of the country. And on my last point, sir, again, I would want to agree with some of the earlier contributors to this debate, sir, that, including the Honourable Minister who presented, that we can only urge the national federations, the national sports organizations, to, some of them, sir, not all, some of them, to get their acts together, sir. It can't be about egotism or personal fiefdoms, sir. It has to be about the development of our people in a key aspect of their being and their character. And some organizations, clearly they don't have proper governance structure, sir, corporate structure, how they're run, and therefore they have issues, and it ultimately affects the progress, the development of that particular sport, and that can't be good. And therefore I join with the other members, sir, in urging those particular associations or the officials or directorates of those associations that have these problems and issues to think at a higher level. It isn't about you, the individuals. It can never be about the individual persons. It has to be about the organization and the development of the sports, ultimately for the benefit of the development economically and socially and in terms of health of the Barbadian person. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honorable Member for St. Michael
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unlike my friend that spoke before me, I cannot signal in any way to be a potential horse owner or even to be one, what's our stock is called, equestrian stock, person who had the privilege of riding on horseback and so on. I can't tell you that I've had the privilege of playing golf. I don't even know the rules of the game. And I can't tell you that I've ever had the privilege of playing lawn tennis. I can tell you mass culture, which is refined in cricket and, no, not surfing, man, we ain't surfing, and football and things of that nature. So I would probably take a different direction, but this is not in any way to castigate the positive contribution that was made before me. Sir, first of all, let me bring it to the attention of this House today. One of the greatest cricketers that ever lived in the first half of the 20th century is a man called George Headley. Today is George Headley's birthday. It is significant that we are having a discussion today and a sport that we have converted into a weapon of defense, cricket, that we can talk about sports without mentioning George Headley. George Headley, even before the Second World War, was excelling in England in the land of the beasts, with an average of over 65 or so runs, at a time when black boys and girls, now we don't talk about West India cricket, black women could not even play with a cricket ball. SMG could not play with a ball. And black boys had to pick up the balls from around the boundaries and throw them back in. Not a black boy had a bat named after any outstanding cricketer. We played cricket with the limbs of the coconut tree. And we played cricket with a stone wrapped in the Advocate newspaper of the day and soaked in water and knit together by crochet, you call it?
Yeah.
Cord. And that is where we started the game. So it is significant at this point to mention to you that I would prefer to use cricket as symbolic of the game that was most important to the emergence of sports, whether it's economically in terms of prestige, or whether in terms of resistance or vertical mobility in the system. And therefore, you will have to understand C.L.R. James. And sir, an intellectual as you are, as intellectual as you are, you would not escape what C.L.R. James meant when he said beyond the boundary. Some people say beyond the boundary, but beyond a boundary. C.L.R. James was not talking about sixes and fours, and the stumps should be 3 at one end and 3 at the other. He was not talking about just great batsmen. He was talking about the social and political changes the ideas that derive from the game of sports, the hope, the aspirations of the people of the country that was mirroring itself in the game of cricket. And that is what James was talking about. I jot down a short quotation. He said he was referring to cricket. I said he was also reflecting on the development of the time. He was saying to us, we have a right to correct the grave wrongs. He was suggesting that the black Caribbean cricketers need to be able to demonstrate that we have the skills and the creative talent in order to signal triumph over the colonial masters of the day. In order for men to understand their significance in cricket was not how much money they were getting, because based on all the conversations that we have had today, very few sportsmen get anything. No more than the fellows from in the community or from in the Caribbean, hailing them as outstanding. But it gave us hope that we can win something. We didn't have the military weapons to win a war against Britain. But we demonstrate that if human beings had to compete on an equal level, we probably were not only equivalent to them, but superior to them. Although they don't like to preach that doctrine in relation to anybody. And we showed it by 1951 at Lord's.
I remember your mic is on. Your mic is on?
Yes, sir. Yes. We showed it by 1951. Probably somebody don't want to hear. We showed it by 1951 at Lord's, where the West Indies finished that series 3-1. Beating Britain, England, on their own soil at the Mecca of Europe, Lord's. And therefore you see the emergence of Frank Worrell as a cricketer, whether as a batsman then, and you saw Everton Weeks. You saw some of the best in the region. And we had that match finished with outstanding players like Sonny Ramadan and Valentine.
Being twins, honorable member.
And you know, sir, a lot of people talk about sports and how great they were and what games they played. But their contribution to sports inspired no one but themselves. We're talking about greatness and excellence. We're talking about, at a later date, the emergence of a Garfield Sobers who is now a national hero. We're talking about Brian Lara, Vivian Richards. Gave us hope. And today, out of cricket itself, the social status of one of our national heroes mushroomed to a point where that person became a national hero of Barbados. He was not so fortunate to argue, sir, about no school and say, you know, all dumpsy boys that went to the school that people identify themselves with. But he didn't boast about his school. He was a barefoot boy, Sir Garfield Sobers, playing cricket on the Bay Pastor. Bayland Pastor. A pastor that is not that well groomed. But people saw the skills, and they say that they saw the skills of both Gary and Saul Sobers.
Brother.
I visit him about 8 months or so ago. Sir, I really believe that the Minister of Sport should visit him as well. Because I believe that those symbols in the homes in which Sir Frank Worrell lived and where Gary used to live should be preserved as important historic sites. And where we can convert them or where we can improve on them while the families are so living it, that is a matter for government to work on and signal to the Barbadian public, this is a government of a difference. So cricket, we have not been able to excel to the international standards yet in the other areas of sport. But you can use cricket to show class differentiations in the system. And it tells you that academics alone do not allow people to be able to enjoy the best quality of life or to show the inner creativity of individuals. That is a mirror or manifestation of who we are in terms of greatness. And that Rihanna is also an example of that nature. It isn't that she has a PhD, but she's one of the greatest singers, if not the greatest singer in the Western world today. And she's of Barbadian origin. And I would like some emphasis to be placed on that kind of excellence. And while I understand that this green paper is a prerequisite for a white paper, I believe that some sense of our history and purpose, why we should really pay an interest in sports, in the development of sports. And I believe the lessons are in the way in which we excel in cricket with all the challenges that we have had. I'm not saying that cricket is the only sport. I am not discussing whether the cricket is a black man's sport. I'm not reducing the argument to simple debate of that kind. But it's an English sport in which the English always demonstrated to the colonies that they were superior to us. That is the point I want to make. And when we produce these great men, you can understand, people always ask questions, so how Gary Sober become a great person, become a hero? How Rihanna? Because she's a singer? Because she's a cricketer? It is more than that. That's why James was saying to us, cricket is more than the boundaries of the physical field. It is about the social development of your people. These people were major inspirations to the Caribbean society, not even Barbados. Because sometimes when we were debating a resolution like this, we forget that we're still part of the Commonwealth. And if it was a bill, sir, when the bill goes into law, it still comes as some part of the law within the Commonwealth, and other territories can use those laws in order to influence judicial outcome. So we have to understand that we know what we are doing here. And when I read the policy, the historic context was not included in the bill. In the resolution, the resolution, sir, must always have a preamble that speaks in some way to what is the causality that lead us to a point where we believe that some revolutionary changes in the development of sports is necessary. And I hope that I've made myself clear on that. Because I'm always seen to be by some to be unnecessarily critical of government's policies. No intention or there's no intention or any indictment on the Honourable Minister. But give me, because the experiences of those who I mentioned is very important to justify why this resolution is here. We come to correct, and that's what James is saying, we come to correct wrongs at this juncture so we can take our people much higher than where they are at present. I don't want to, sir, because sometimes we engage in these discussions and I make the discussions a bit wider than they really should, and then I don't remember St. Michael's East. I'm not going to do that today. I'm not going to do that today, sir, but there are areas of sports, and I have a different perspective to my colleague on the left. There are areas of sports that the state has to take full responsibility if the ordinary man or woman is to participate in those activities. Golf is one of those. But people get a privilege to play golf when they become parliamentarians. No, I'm not speaking about you, my brother. When they become parliamentarians, I hear all them say, I go down this evening at Sandy Lane and this place to play golf. Never played golf before. These men can even play cricket or football when they're going to play golf. And the driving anything I do is call them a tram, then in a tram or whatever it's named. Huh? A tram? Or tram. Yeah? They got the driving golf cart. And they're watching the little brothers as they run around in a little blue pants and a white shirt and a short pants with socks on, and he ran around and picking up the balls. But they're out there, when the others become parliamentarians, they're out there they play golf. I mean, for me, if I used to vote, they can get my vote again, whoever it is, right? Those things are not right. If you can make a breakthrough for the ordinary electorate to be part and parcel of the golf that these people want to preserve as exclusive, and that's what I call elite sports. I don't want to let people just push words in my mouth and tell me movies play elite. And elite just use these words in a very funny way to me. These people were not given opportunity for a man to get an ordinary rod or stick. But you got to buy things that they got X amount of ounces and all. But you got to put on certain types of clothing. You got to dress them in a specific white pants and a white shirt and special branding, or not when you get on the space on the golf course. People looking at you because you're an alien trying to invade the space. You don't belong to down there. As soon as the general election going, trust me, you ain't going back in. I know it. Because parliamentarians suffer, and here already. They don't want to stay down there anymore. You had new friends during the time you represent people in here. You ain't got no more friends now. Don't come down here. Go up on Blemmings. So I would like to see the Ministry of Sport focus on developing playing fields around the island. Because most of the people that I spoke to you earlier about are people who emerge in the marginalized pockets, in the Pine, in Bayland, in the Ivy, in Garden Village, in Station Hill out behind the prison. It is not only here, but the creative talent in the United States of America came out of the ghetto, out of the prison system. We need to be able to ask ourselves how it is that this greatness come out of that kind of environment. And now you're seeing a rapid decline in producing people of that standard We have to ask what it is then that we don't have now. There's a consistency. If you get a war born, the West Indies win a match, and they start the second game, you've got to be asking yourself if it lasts for a day. There's some emphasis is due to the game of sports and cricket. Everybody believes now that they should get $1 million for playing one day of cricket. If you play for a year, you're going to be a billionaire thing. What is happening? So if we're going to have a real radical and significant change in our policy, then the policy makers who's going to sit down and influence the people who draft the resolution need to answer some important questions. How it is that you had great cricketers when they was playing on protruding rocks and the land slanting in St. George. In St. George, went up above St. Augustine School. The same man used to come from down the gully. When the man ready to release the ball,
can't see it.
you see the man top of the man head, and after that, the ball
correct.
coming at him.
I remember St. Augustine playing. Yes, St. Augustine.
I'm telling you, but that's the conversation that we must hear. Because who never went up there and watched cricket? You must hear the masses of people tell you what life was like. Don't jettison the concepts. Because that's what James is telling you, that concepts must also emerge from the observation of playing the game too. What's responsible? As a young man, I used to see men of all different social groups going to Bradford cricket grounds. I used to play BCL cricket for Universal. I'm one of the greatest cricketers on the face of the earth.
Fooling yourself, Honourable Member. You saying that you're fooling yourself.
And on Sundays, you will see people of all different social groupings that would pass each other in the street, some driving, some walking. On Sundays, socializing and hailing for one specific BCL team. And then when we move over to Blemmings now, a form of fragmentation emerged. I can tell you all the cricketers that used to play last. This goat who is still alive. There was a man called Blowabuzz. Those were the alias titles, but that's the community names that we gave them, not what the godmother and godfather gave them in the Anglican church, but the community name then. And these men inspired many other young men and trained men how to bowl, who wanted to be a spinner, who had a left hand, and were you likely to be able to bowl that another man can bowl, or googly and things of that nature. It is about education too. You don't have to be a member of any special club. Because club cricket also mirror class stratification and racism. Sir, if you wanted to be a cricketer, then you have to play for Empire or
Spartan.
Well, Spartan has a little. I don't know if you're the guy.
Spartan. I remember.
You got it there?
Yeah, Spartan. Dean's Park.
Oh, okay. Well, Spartan will engage one or two of us, people with this pigmentation that we have. But, sir, you can get in Wonders. No, you can get in Carlton. Carlton, isn't it? Right, you can get in those clubs. Because, unfortunately, at birth, you had a curse. So you couldn't be part of those clubs. And they took, and that's what James was saying. Because James was a serious thinker. Not just a writer. James was a serious thinker in the 20th century, a political activist. a secretary of the PAN of the PNM. Eric Williams' political party, he was the thinker in the party, he and his wife. And they were saying to us, this game of cricket is a reflection of the kind of criminal society that we were living in, the class stratification, the racism that exists in the system. So these men broke the barriers. That's the greatness of Gary Sober's world and all of these men, even if they were not conscious of what they were doing. The people understood what they meant. It meant that we too can achieve greatness as a result of playing the great game of cricket. I don't think we have made those paths for ourselves in the other sports, but we certainly can. And I feel that the state now has a responsibility, sir, that some of those games that are perceived as exclusive, we got land. I was having discussions with more than one person over the years. And look, I got some land below the Israel Foundation in my Lord Hill. Sir, and I would have given you an opportunity to be part and parcel of the changes, the revolutionary changes. And like James, it is not just about playing golf. It's about who this political party has given an opportunity to play golf. I will cut that, what is called golf course, from my Lord's Hill, above the gas station, right back to Station Hill.
Too bad for plantation.
Oh man, all down in there. You got other intruders, right? But we could have also worked something out, and a whole set of development could occur over there. And you know what that would mean to the Barbados Labour Party. I have seen this party had great opportunities, not only this dispensation, but this BLP prior to 2018. When we expand, and I hope you can appreciate this as being relevant, when we expand pre-primary education, it was an excellent opportunity for children of 3 years old to be facilitated university in our educational system. It was an excellent opportunity. We started off with 2 schools. 2 schools, one as big as this computer screen. So some children get an opportunity to start at 3. Some children felt left out of the plan. But most of these children got to compete at age 11 in a so-called 11+ exam to get into secondary schools. You don't make changes of that kind and don't bring along the public with you. And this is not just ordinary changes on who want a community center. I want improvements. I want renovation on the community center, because we have things to do up there too. But we had lights and all that before. And nobody can play football like that. Open Blem is the biggest pastor in St. Michael's. Biggest. Can't play games, all the light, just simple poles, you know, and they got poles at the sports council, you know. So when we come here with new changes and policies, unless you plan to left out me. There's a wrong man to left out, trust me. There's a wrong man to left out. Don't try to left out me. But it ain't gonna be easy. So I want some poles re-erected. What's it called? Re-erected. That's erected is a funny thing, right? We want some poles re-erected at Blemmings Payne Field. I have to be there on a regular basis, and we have good talent. We have Ivy Rovers there, sir. We have Benfica there. The pavilion is old and rotten and neat or talking. I'm not blaming. I'm not showing any form of incompetence. I'm just telling you, sir, what I need for Blemmings. I would love to. I went on a tour with the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Prime Minister identified lands at St. Barnabas for lighting. I can't get no sensible response from anybody in the Sports Council. I am not saying anything to the Minister or threatening, but do not at any time believe that I am a political Lilliputian, that I got to come and beg any minister. I can talk about policy, you know, but policy and no execution is where the problem exists. Because we already know clearly that we are encouraging light sports, but if you have no lights, how you can have light sports? You understand what I'm saying, sir? We now got night cricket at the highest level. I can't play on the biggest pasture to the southern side of the Sports Council in Barbados. These are the things that we have to be constantly monitoring, or not it creates an embarrassment for the government itself. And then in my community, the opportunity now to moralize and engage in sporting activities in my community, there's none. At night, at the head time when men full of energy walk around, if they can't butt up on a woman or watch TV, the big pastor there, how you gonna walk across a pastor and men got all this energy and can't get nothing to do? Sometimes smoke, you hear smoke barking, smoke, and things barking because we have to have social and cultural facilities. So this is not an easy task for the minister, you know that. It is not an easy task, but we have to follow through with the persons who are working in the different agencies of sport to translate a policy that is comprehensive into something that is active, something that is properly executed. Or not, you will leave Parliament saying that I made an effort. I have done everything. I've listened to presentations. I've modified the green paper. I've modified the green paper now, and then bring it back to Parliament as a white paper. And then after that, all things remain the same.
Your Honourable has 2 more minutes.
Well, I'm asking for that kind of assistance. I blame you, sir. I will have discussions from time to time with the Sports Council. I would like to see some improved facilities at St. Giles as well. And then I also believe that I have to treat to the people at Haggett Hall and St. Barnabas, so that when I go to these areas, sir, the boy will run me out of the areas. So you can go there morning, noon, and night. But if I go up there, the place look like if the Phantom took up residence overnight, right out in the woods. Or if I move in with Tarzan, I can't transform an urban area. I left it looking like the shadow of the night all the time, sir. I would have done nothing in my time as a parliamentary representative. And I don't want to go my way, sir, without seeing these things happen. And I believe that the Ministry of Sports can contribute in a very meaningful way to the reduction of immoral and criminal activity. Because when I talk about blaming pastor, I'm not only talking about guns. Or when I talk about any other pastor in the middle of the night with a young man, especially a teenager or a man in the early 20s with enough energies, enough manpower, voices can occur as well. So I would like to be able to divert the attention from transforming a pastor into a mattress by just having some wholesome activities in the area as a consequence of the installation of lights across the pastures. Not selfish, for all of us. So I would like to see the green paper. I would like to see the green paper reach the level of maturity and some fundamental adjustments be made in the form that is in at present in order to not just these things that I talk about, the West Indies and the emergence of our people as cricketers in the world, right? But some kind of historical context must be in the paper itself. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me a chance to speak.
Honourable St. John.
Mr. Speaker, I rise again with eternal gratitude for the contributions made today by my colleagues in relation to this resolution with the Green Paper on sports. One of the things that I want to say is that this is a clear indication and signaling to all what government's intention as it relates to sports. Like I mentioned earlier, this is a green paper that is fluid. Obviously, we will get feedback. I took a lot of notes today in relation to what my colleagues would have put on the table. Almost to a man, everyone in this chamber was supportive of the policy because we understand that sports is life, and we understand that this could be a game changer in relation to several different areas of life in this country. It is one of those vehicles that can transfer or transform the lives of persons who are living in the lower socioeconomic bracket. It is one of those vehicles, Mr. Speaker, that can move the country forward as it relates to the monies earned from sports tourism and having persons on the world stage and placing Barbados on the map. I will not, Mr. Speaker, detain this chamber long because a lot of the things that I did not mention today came out in terms of the benefits of sports, in terms of how we will treat to this sports policy. Mr. Speaker, I can guarantee you that as long as I am sitting in the chair as the Minister of Sports, this will not become a document that will rest on any shelf, that we intend to use every single thing that is available to us at the ministry, and my team will ensure that we have a document that we will use as that roadmap, as I mentioned earlier today, to move every single person forward. It is inclusive in every single sense of the word, because we're including, like I said, it is proposed that persons from nursery to secondary will benefit from this. And outside of the policy, we have also dealing with persons who are in their senior years. So, Mr. Speaker, without any further ado, I beg that this resolution now pass.
The question is that the aforementioned resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
So we revert to messages from our
Messages from His Excellency the President. Messages from Her Excellency the President.
I am in receipt of a message from the President dated 25th May 2023. Dear Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the Honourable the House of Assembly that with the approval of the Honourable Prime Minister, I shall be out of the island from the 26th to the 29th May 2023 in order to attend a private function in St. Lucia. In accordance with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution, the Very Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Douglas Gibson will perform the functions of the office of the President during my absence. As the Honourable the House of Assembly will not be meeting prior to my departure, it will not be possible for the usual formal message to be sent to your chamber. Will you therefore please bring my absence formally to the attention of the Honourable the House of Assembly when next it meets? Yours faithfully, the President.
Papers.
For St. Philip West.
Mr. Speaker, I'm commanded to lay the annual report and audited financial statements of the Student Revolving Loan Fund for the year ended March 31st, 2023.
Government notices.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice of a resolution to grant the sum of $1,776,491 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2023 to 2024 as shown in supplementary estimates number 1, 2023-2024. I also beg to give notice of the first reading of the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2023.
First reading of bills.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Beg to move the first reading of the Pensions Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 20.
The question is that the aforementioned bill be read the first time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
So we revert to government business. Order number 8 on the supplementary order paper in the name of the honourable leader of the House to move that the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee, consider the grant of sums of money for the service of this island.
Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee.
Is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself in the Standing Finance Committee. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in Standing Finance Committee.
In the name of the Honourable Minister of Youth and Sports, to move the personal resolution to grant the sum of $1,776,491 from the Consolidated Fund and to place it at the disposal of the government to supplement the estimates 2023-2024 as shown in the supplementary estimates number 1, 2023-24, which form the schedule to this resolution. Head 91, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, $1,776,491.
Honourable Member for St. John.
Mr. Chair, these funds are being requested to facilitate 2 tours this year, cricket. The first one, the Indian tour, we will be playing a match on the 27th and the 29th of July. This is the first and the second ODI. And the second tour is the England tour, and we will be playing 1 ODI on the 9th and 1 T20 on the 12th of December. I beg that this resolution stand par.
The question is that this resolution do now stand par.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report progress to His Honour the Speaker in the passing of one money resolution in committee. Yes, you did.
The question is that this head 91 stand par. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report the passing of one money resolution in committee.
The question is that I do not report the passing of one resolution in committee. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees has reported the passing of one bill in committee. Honourable Member St. John. First time. First time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this bill be read the first time.
The question is that.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this bill be read a second time. The resolution
Read the first time. First time. You know, hold on. You have to beg that the resolution be read the first time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this resolution be read the first time.
The question is that the resolution be read the first time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this resolution be read a second time.
The question is that the aforementioned resolution be read a second time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. Agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this resolution be agreed to.
The question is that the aforementioned resolution be agreed to. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, we have come to the end of today's sit-in. I therefore beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, the 6th of June at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 6th of June, 2023. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 6th day of June, 2023, at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.
Supposed to check all that.
We're gonna have somebody come and make sure that the Senate is set.
Who? She did? Yeah. All right. Yes, sir. One. A Lone Ranger. And by WhatsApp too.